Well, every game counts. Cubs fans, they know that, so let's get it rolling. Welcome to Cubs Live, presented by Toyota, the official vehicle of your Chicago Cubs. Craig and company, winners of 2 of the last 3. However, they missed the victory boat a day ago. Despite that 7th shutout loss of the season, the race to 500, or should I say hashtag race to 500. Christopher Morel, fast out of the blocks. That one's still alive and well. And these Cubs today in the market for a heater. A history-laden afternoon. Christopher Morel, Miles Mastrobuoni looking to put their fingerprints on this one. And, well, we're going to give you all the nuts and bolts about it. So come on in, pull up a chair. This is our Circa Sports Illinois studio, and this is Cubs Live. I'm Cole Wright at the controls alongside the 17-year big leaguer Cliff Floyd. And Cliff, tomorrow, as we know, it's an off day. So today, these Cubs, they need a win to make the meal tonight taste right.
Yeah, you know, we're going to keep this simple. It's a must-win series. You got to win the series.
Okay.
No sense of going on the one-on-one. It's like you got to win the series. And if you don't, that off day won't be as good. So that's simple. Sometimes you just can't elaborate and keep going on what happened yesterday and all that stuff. Today, just win a series.
Don't want to sugarcoat anything. The Cubs right now, 16th in the bigs and on base percentage. However, the only problem has been once guys get on, being able to drive them in. 28th in average with RISP. The acronym is everything. That's runners in scoring position. 221. That's the clip. So as we said, on this monumental and historic day, the Cubs hoping to get back in the win column, because today it is going to be a big one for the telecast. The first of its kind for the Cubs. It's the all-female broadcast. You see them right there. Beth Mowins, Elise Menaker, Taylor McGregor, a class for all seasons. And before the game rolls around, let's check in with T-Mac. She's catching up with Megan Jones, the Cubs VP of Baseball Strategy, with more on what today means.
Thanks so much, Cole. Here with Megan Jones, VP of Baseball Strategy for the Cubs. And Megan, we know there are not a ton of women in the front office roles across the league. Who did you look up to as you created your own journey to get to this point?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started in 2016, and when I first joined the Cubs, I actually met with Raquel over at the Red Sox, who gave me a little bit of a rundown to being a woman in sports, working with Theo and Jed. She had worked with them back in Boston, and she introduced me to a number of other women throughout the industry. But it's really in the MLB, it's Kim, it's Raquel, it's Jean, Eve with the Orioles. There's so many women now. But those are the ones I really looked up to.
One of the things that we say, it's not just about getting more women, it's about getting more qualified women in these roles. You're qualified for this job, that's why you're here. How do we go about doing that, getting qualified women in front office roles?
Yeah, I think that's incredibly important, and that's one of the things I'm very proud of at the Cubs here. We have 14 women right now in baseball operations, all of which are incredibly talented and bright and the right people for the roles. I think being able to better your sourcing and hiring process to cast the appropriate wide net to bring in more diverse talent and more qualified women, and be willing to kind of look in areas that maybe aren't the traditional sources of staff. That's what we need to continue to do. And then when you have good women in your organization, work to develop them, put them in positions and empower them, and then you'll continue to just, grow your employees.
What's been the most enjoyable part about this journey for you?
Oh my God, everything. It's every single day, and I talk about this kind of a lot at work right now. I feel like I'm almost in my dream job today. Like, this is just so cool. But I started as an executive assistant to Theo and Jed. 2.5 months in, we won the World Series. So, that alone obviously is, top memory, right? Being able to be a part of that. But then over the last several years, being able to be on the other side of really watching the team build and go through the highs and lows of the seasonality of baseball and the challenges that come with going through, COVID, going through a lockout. No 2 days, no 2 seasons are the same, and so it just keeps getting better.
Awesome. Well, appreciate the time. Thanks so much. We're so happy to have you on. Cole, we'll send it back to you.
T-Mac, Megan, terrific stuff of the day. It's littered with terrific stuff. You see right there, interviews with Lisa and Sarah, junior broadcaster submissions, the historical value of today's broadcast, worth its weight in gold. And in the spirit of the day, Carly Bell and Lisa Byington, they're going to sit down to chat about an Angel Reese, in addition to what's going down right across the street at the Federal Landmark. Beth, Elise, Taylor McGregor, they will captivate the audience in just a little bit. And show them or not. I don't know if I can do it at the exact same clip.
I know you
Cliff.
can't do this.
Well,
I would hope you don't do that.
Cliff, let's pump the brakes there a little bit. Shota, not worried about form right now. He's worried about function. And right around the corner, the Cubs hoping to get their function on versus these halos. Stick around. There's more next.
Non-stop prospect coverage. This is heaven on earth.
Road to Wrigley, presented by Prevagen, is on Marquee Sports Network. Tune in all season long for live whip-around coverage of the biggest at-bats and moments from the top Cubs prospects. Catch all the minor league action on Road to Wrigley, presented by Prevagen. For the full schedule, visit MarqueeSportsNetwork.com.
How you doing? Let me get one of those.
Yeah, 1 sec.
This is your captain speaking. We'd like to welcome you on board MLB The Show 24.
It's a good one.
Where gamers can play as their favorite baseball teams, create custom players, and even relive history with some of baseball's greatest legends. Now, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Can I play? Rated E for everyone.
From the day's first pitch to the night's final out, MLB Network sets the stage for fans every day.
So it'll be interesting to watch what happens here.
All season long. See the players who are making a statement.
Hey, let's check out the board, folks.
With live games every week.
Inside the park we go.
Cutting-edge baseball chatter. Plus highlights, analysis, and live look-ins on MLB Tonight. MLB Network. The game is the star. Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America. Tuesday on MLB Network.
Morel looking to quiet those hands and attack the fastball, and he'll look to do so in that DH role in an hour and 12 minutes. That's what the Jets Pizza Countdown Clock is letting us know, as always, because it's the best Detroit-style pizza on the planet. It is better because it has to be. Will Mo Money be at his best under the watchful eye of Miguelito, Miguel Amaya? We'll find out in just a little bit. We know that this young lady is always at her best, an absolute double-double machine. Angel Reese, the front runner for WNBA Rookie of the Year. Cliff, you have something to say, don't you?
Well, you know what? How many in a row now? Double-double?
12 double-doubles.
12 double-double.
History-making, just like today. And the Chicago Sky, well, they will be on a West Coast trip taking on the Seattle Storm. That one is going down right here on Marquee Sports Network, 5 o'clock on the dot. And if a little bit of Sky Convo with Cliff and I is good, more with Carly Bell and Lisa Byington, it's better. Go, you two.
Welcoming in Lisa Byington, one of the voices of the Chicago Sky, play-by-play announcer, joining us today for our all-female celebration day here at Marquee Sports Network. We're having the all-female sports broadcast here with Taylor McGregor, Elise Menaker, and Beth Mowins on the call for the Cubs-Angels game today. Lisa, I mean, we got to just talk about it. This is a moment for women in sports history. With you, when you first got into the industry, what got you into the industry? Who were some people that you looked up to, and what kind of brought you into sports?
Well, I think days like today are really important because, you know, I grew up only seeing men on TV, and that was male broadcasters, that was male athletes. It was really hard for me to turn on the TV, and even, you know, I'm a big basketball person, so it was really hard for me to turn on the TV and see a women's college basketball game that was beyond the Final Four, the national championship. So days like this are really important because it is the see her, be her kind of feel to it. You know, I've been a part of several all-female broadcasts. They're important, but what's also important to remember is we don't start and finish on days like today. We don't start and finish on games like today. What really is important to me, and being a female broadcaster and being in spaces where I look to my right and I look to my left, and really a lot of the times I only see men. What's important is what we do beyond the games like this, beyond the days like this. Like, are there going to be spaces for female broadcasters in a play-by-play space or in an analyst space? a sideline space, a producer space, and a production space that normally a lot of men have hold those jobs. So beyond the all-female broadcast today, which is fantastic, not only for girls to watch, but also for boys, because that's important to remember, that to normalize this, that women can do any sort of job. Boys, men have to see women in these spots as well. So the question is, will this continue beyond this game? Yes, we can celebrate it today, but also let's not forget about tomorrow and the days to come as well.
Yeah, how can we as women continue to grow and show this for all of the youth all over, little boys and little girls, to showcase that we do have a space here in sports? How can we continue to grow and push those boundaries?
I think we have to have, like I had an internal confidence, or I had a drive. I was encouraged by my parents to be in spaces. Lisa, if that's what you want to do, then do it. Who cares if no one else has done it before? Who cares that you would be the first female to do this? So we have to have the confidence of a Beth Mowins, of Elise Menaker, Taylor McGregor, to be in those spaces where we haven't navigated yet before. That's the first part of the equation. The second part of the equation is the hiring practices. People have to be willing to hire women in these spaces and these jobs when sometimes it hasn't happened before. So it is on us to have the confidence to say, I want to do that. And it's on executives and people in those hiring practices to have the confidence to say, she is capable of doing it, and she can do it.
And you want to know who we've been saying that about all season on the Chicago Sky side is Angel Reese. She's just on a record-breaking season as a rookie. 11 or 12. She just set the record with Candace Parker, 12 straight consecutive double-doubles. She just got an all-star nod. I mean, what about Angel Reese has just impressed you this season in her rookie year?
Yeah, well, she tied Candace, so going into tonight, right, she can break that record with 13 straight double-doubles. And it's amazing. First of all, it's amazing that the record has lasted that long, in my opinion. Yeah. And it's about time for some of these younger players. We saw even Caitlin Clark become the first rookie to get a triple-double. So these rookies in this rookie class are doing some magnificent stuff. And Angel in particular is, I think it's her heart, her fight, and her drive. And, when I've heard Jimmy Miller on some of the Sky broadcasts say this time and time again, is that, who cares that she misses a shot? She's doing what she's supposed to do in pursuing her misses. And it shows her fight and her drive. And really, honestly, Carly, in the last, if you track her last 5-7 games, Angel Reese's field goal percentage has gone up. So, there's the intangibles that you can measure with Angel Reese that translate to some of the stats and the tangibles. And here's what I love about covering her is she owns it. She owns who she is. And whether you like that or you don't like that, guess what? She doesn't care. And she owns who she is as a person, and she owns who she is as a player. She's very determined. She has a lot of drive, and she is only going to get better from this point forward.
She just got that dog in her, Lisa. It's just absolutely lovely to see. Quickly before, we wrap this up, Sky Storm tonight right here, right after the Cubs game and Cubs Postgame live on Marquee Sports Network. Sky v Storm, what can the Sky do to pull out the dub?
Well, they could get another season high from Kennedy. They could get another career high from Angel. That would help, right? But you and I were talking earlier that we think, Seattle's going to adjust defensively. So I think ultimately it comes down to the composure and the closing capability here of the Chicago Sky, because the fact that it's unique. It's almost like it's a playoff series. It's unique to play a team twice in 3 days. And so they're going to get Seattle's best shot. Seattle's probably not going to shoot 15 to 16% from three. Now, Seattle's not a great three-point shooting team, but I don't think they're going to be that poor here tonight, but they're definitely going to get their best shot. So they're going to get a lot of punches early. I expect that. Seattle's going to punch early and punch hard. Seattle's going to have to take those blows, and then they're going to have to be able to punch back. But Kennedy and Angel are definitely going to be a target defensively, so they're going to have to be able to handle that. They're still somehow Kennedy and Angel are still going to have to come up with some big games for this guy to come out to win tonight. And
Kenna and Barbie. We're going to see that combination tonight right here at 5 o'clock on Marquee Sports Network. Thank you so much, Lisa, for chatting with us today about having this space for women in sports and about what the Sky can do later today.
Hey, it was my pleasure. Thanks for having me, Carly. Congrats to Beth, Elise, and Taylor. And I'll be watching. They're going to knock it out of the park, pun intended.
Carly, Lisa, good stuff, smashing as always. And next on deck, Well, Michael Bush, he's hoping to smash in just a little bit, but we have a special guest coming in. She's a Cornell alum, a Cubs fan all day, and part of the Red Stars ownership group. I'm sure you're very familiar with Sarah Spain. On a very special day, she's going to join us right here. Stick around. There's more on Cubs Live.
This is the pizza.
Can't recall another baseball game where emotions ran so high. There it is! Fly ball to deep right field. It's out of here! It's gonna go!
What a play by Aaron Judge!
Experience game-to-game coverage of the night's biggest moments, live and commercial-free. MLB Network Strike Zone, Wednesday and Friday nights all season.
Get inside the game with the winner of the 2024 Sports Emmy Award for Outstanding Daily Studio Show, MLB Tonight.
Boom! How fun is this show?
There it goes! See ya!
MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
Continue to navigate these waters. Nico Horner is a Gold Glover for a reason. He puts in the work each and every single day of taking care of all the little things. It makes it just that much easier to do all those big things. And the big thing today is making sure they go out there and lock down this series. How about this? Jenny Kavnar, one of my first professional broadcasts, was working with Beth Mowins 2 decades ago. She gave me seeing is believing that I held on to for a long time. Can't wait for her, Elise Menaker, and Taylor McGregor to do their thing today. She will definitely hear that tweet right there, and all three of them will definitely do their thing. And in the spirit of the day, let's welcome in Cornell's own, you know her from ESPN fame, former part of the Red Stars ownership group, Sarah Spain. Sarah, thanks so much for taking time to join us right here in our Marquee Sports Network studios. As you take a look at the day, how did you enter into sports?
Kind of by accident, actually, which is so funny that you just showed that tweet about showing it and being able to believe it once she had seen Beth doing it. I grew up wanting to be on Saturday Night Live. I still do. So, Lauren, if you're watching, I know this is a regular show for Lauren, Lauren Michaels, Cubs Live.
Exactly.
I still want to be on Saturday Night Live. But I was a 3-sport athlete, heptathlete at Cornell, and not a single person was like, oh, would you want to work in sports? It just literally never came up. So I wanted to move out to LA and do comedy and stuff, and I hosted a fake Chicago Bears show as a practice for throwing to break and teases. And the teacher was like, oh, you want to be in sports? I said, oh, everyone's Erin Andrews, they're models, and it's too hard to get into. There's no women. They don't get to be funny. And then she was like, you just seem like it's comfortable. So I gave it a shot, and literally the rest is history. It was like all the things that I had spent my life loving and being into, but no one had ever suggested it because there were so few women at the time.
Well, you know, to get on SNL, you have to have a patented impersonation. So was there an impersonation, any impression that jumps off the page for you?
Moira Rose. You know, from Schitt's Creek. Do you watch the show?
I do not, but Catherine O'Hara,
well, you would be remiss not to mention my work on Sunrise Bay, David.
You have to have the horn rim glasses on, though, don't you?
It's been a little while, but I can work my way back into it.
Okay, no, well, when you did finally get into broadcasting, what was the thing that told you, okay, this is where I want to be, this is the break that I needed?
You know, actually, I moved back to Chicago. I was living in LA at the time, and I wanted to cover the teams I grew up with, particularly because growing up and not thinking I was going to work in sports, I watched them, but not as an analyst does. So I thought I want to be the most comfortable I can be. Let me go back to the teams I grew up being obsessed with. So I moved back to Chicago not long after I decided to get into sports, started working at a startup website. and we had unusual access for a website. So I was in the locker room and able to talk to the Blackhawks players and Cubs and different local teams and bring out their personalities. And that was the big difference. There were so many people who've been doing it forever. Why is the power play struggling? Like, what's going on with the bullpen? And instead, I was really trying to bring out personalities, get people to know the athletes in town a little bit better. And immediately people were attached to that kind of content. And now there's so much more opportunity for that with digital and streaming and all the places that you can find content about your favorite teams.
Absolutely.
But at the time, it was a little bit tougher to get. People were on message boards trying to figure out like what their favorite players were into.
Yeah, you have to
and that
scroll
was it.
17 pages deep to find some of the answers that you're looking for. Absolutely.
But it was that connection of like, I love watching the games, but I also want to get in there and ask them what their superstitions are. Are you a little stitious or superstitious?
Exactly.
All that stuff. And that was really where I was like, oh, this is so cool. I can't believe I'm like talking to Bill Wennington, who I grew up like being obsessed with on the 90s Bulls and things like that.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw Will Perdue in person. And
Yeah.
everyone else was like, it's Will Perdue. I'm like, I know, it's Will Perdue.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's Will Perdue.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
Chicago-ness, it always takes
Yeah.
over. Now, we saw Jenny Kavnar. She said she grew up looking up to Beth Mowins. Who'd you look up to growing up?
Well, Jackie Joyner-Kersee, because
Okay.
I was a heptathlete in college.
Absolutely.
So, to be honest, if you grew up in the Chicago area when I did, there weren't any women. Melissa Isaacson was the only like person you would see writing, but I wasn't looking at a lot of the like writers. I was just looking at the content about the teams.
Okay.
And there were almost no women on any coverage. And so it really took a number of years for me to go. Kenny Mayne was my guy. I wanted to be Kenny Mayne. If anyone remembers the main event, satire plus sports, that's all this, Saturday Night Live stuff coming back in. So I wanted to be Kenny Mayne, but I worried that people wouldn't let a woman be like that. Like I kept imagining starting a highlight with, okay, the Lakers are taking on the Kings tonight. There's LeBron warming up. Never seen him play, but I heard he's pretty good. Right? That's a Kenny Mayne intro that if I did, people would be writing in, this woman has never seen LeBron James play. Why? How did she get her job? Blah, blah, blah. And so it's really hard being a woman trying to bring in that satire, that sense of humor. Half the time I'm explaining why the joke is funny because I know why it's funny because that's why I made the joke because I get sports. So we're still working on that part. But it's getting so much. I mean, looking at these women tonight, first of all, shout out Elise Cornell, Hall of Famer, Big Red, and Taylor and Beth, like just seeing them do an entire broadcast, and sure there'll be a few noobs and morons that'll be like, I don't like this, or, I miss everybody's going to miss Boog and JD. We always do. They're great. But like, for the most part, people are going to be like, yeah, this is great. We're used to this. We've seen women in every single position of late, all the way from ownership down to sidelines and everywhere else in between. So like, we don't look at it quite the same way we used to, which is awesome because we're getting used to it.
It is fantastic. And speaking of fantastic, Mallory Swanson so far this season, 7 goals, 3 helpers, one of the key components for the Chicago Red Stars. And as a former member of Red Stars ownership group, what's your assessment of the campaign so far this season?
I mean, Mal is basically inevitable at this point. I think it's 4 straight games with a goal. I'm so pumped to watch her at the Olympics because we obviously know she got injured right before the World Cup when she was on a tear, probably the best player in the world at that point. And she is going to come in. I think it is going to be a breakout moment for her. For all those who already don't know that Mal is Mal, on the world stage at the Olympics, I have really high expectations.
Dynamite.
And with the Red Stars, that's what you need for a team that's going through kind of a rebuild with new coaching, with players that left in the offseason, some big players like Tierna, and to have Mal as like the constant who can create for herself is, and I mean, I don't know if you were at the Wrigley game, but
I was.
For me to come to somewhere I've been going my entire life and watching guys play, and for the first time in 80 plus years to see a packed, full Wrigley Field cheering on women.
In the weather, too.
Oh, my gosh.
Are you amazed when you see Mallory Swanson? Because when she walks in a room, she's not the biggest person. But when she gets on that field, she fills it up, no doubt about it.
Right. I'm very tall, so, like, I'm used to that. I remember going into the Blackhawks locker room being like, oh, why am I taller than all the players? Right? Like, they were the enforcers and they were the defensemen. But, like, usually the forwards, I was like, oh, shoot, I'm very tall. No, I mean, Mal is a machine.
She is.
A machine. Have you seen when she recreated Dansby's walk up in his
pretty good
position? So good.
We need to get a little recreation of
he needs to. Yeah, we need to see him.
I'd love to see that.
Doing his best Mal.
You know what else I want to see? I want to see a successful Chicago Bears season. Caleb Williams, that you said you had the old school video board or message board rather when it came to the Bears. No faking around here. What do you think this year is going to hold for the squad?
First of all, I'm so excited for Hard Knocks. We have been pushing this off as a team forever, and I just want that inside look. And I have to admit, part of it is like, I also want to see why the team has struggled at times. You watch the Browns Hard Knocks, and you really got inside to see some of the dysfunction. I don't want that for the Bears, and I think the new leadership has really proven over and over that they're making the right draft picks, they're making good choices for the team. But I want to see what goes on inside, because I remember talking to players and asking, when you got traded to the Bears or when you signed a deal with the Bears, how different was it from playing in other places? And some of the answers were pretty indicative of some of the longstanding issues that the team's had, whether that's, you know, believing that they're not winners or believing that their history is going to indicate what their future looks like. I want to see Caleb come in and believe what the Cubs did when they won in 2016, which is we have nothing to do with people who played 80 years ago. I got nothing to do with Sid Luckman. I'm the guy. Everything that happened before me is what happened before me. This is a completely different team, different time, different roster. He's stacked on that offense. Our defense was spectacular at the end of the season last year. There is no reason to come in with low expectations, except to say that he'll still need to adjust to a professional game. I'm not expecting them to win the division this year, but I want to see immediate clarity that he can read a professional defense, that he uses his weapons correctly, and that our offensive coordinator is the guy that we need to get him on a good professional career right off the bat, because there's a lot of questions there as well.
That's true. So safe assumption you're going to start Hard Knocks and you will finish, because most people, they start it and then the season gets underway. It's like, those last 2 episodes, I think.
Because they're depressing.
Fall by the wayside.
They're like, here's your favorite
bring
dude.
the playbook and go see the coach.
Now he can't get in the building anymore because his fob doesn't work now that we've told you to fall in love with him.
That Jamal Adams gif of him walking into a locked door. Never what you want to see. Sarah Spain, thanks so much for stopping by and taking time out on this day. Great to meet you finally in person.
This trio.
Absolutely. It's been fun. And today it's going to continue to be fun, because you see the fans beginning to filter into Wrigley Field. Oh, it is a good one, but it's going to get even better, because next up we are headed to the booth. The 3 stars of the show, Beth, Elise, and T-Mac. They're taking center stage. Don't stray. This is Cubs Live.
Mark your calendars this summer, because FanDuel has something.
Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America, Thursday on MLB Network.
National League Rookie of the Year is Corbin Carroll.
This dude is an absolute beast.
He's got every tool. He's got the power tool.
Carroll has hit another one.
Runs like the wind.
There goes Corbin. Go, Corbin, go.
He plays D.
Oh, he's got it. His signature play, that sliding grab.
Pound for pound, maybe the strongest player in the league. It's been an incredible ride.
Your Chicago Cubs and Lowell Bosco 2001. They know the importance of this afternoon. Beth Mowins, Elise Menaker, Taylor McGregor, congratulations to all involved in this broadcast. Excited to watch this today, and we're excited to watch and excited to be a part of it. So here they are. It's T-Mac, Elise, and Beth all on the call today. Ladies, it's finally here. The day, it's been inching closer by the hour. So how does it feel now that it's finally arrived?
I think it's, just one of those cool moments that I've had an opportunity to be a part of in some other sports. And so to be here with true pros, I think that's the most important thing is, we've worked our way up through the ranks and hopefully have earned the respect of not only one another, but our peers and our coworkers, and to have, earned the opportunity to be in this chair. And now today you just hope you're at the best in the big moment.
I'm just following Beth. I mean, she's really the one who's leading the way here. But no, definitely. I think walking into the ballpark today, there was such a nice buzz running into really women of all ages, what it comes down to, and that's when it kind of sinks in. And so Nick Steger reminded me, take in the moment, because I have a tendency to just want to get in the zone and not really think about the other stuff. But today is a special day, and so I really am just trying to enjoy it all, embrace it, because it's really not just about us, but it's about everyone else that we hope to inspire, and we just want to do a good job today for ourselves and everyone.
Yeah, today for me is so much more about you two than it is about me, because you two are truly the ones breaking barriers within the industry. I mean, there are just not a lot of female play-by-play. There are not a lot of female analysts. There are a lot of female sideline reporters, which we're grateful for. But for me, just the chance to be on the broadcast with you two as history is being made, it's awesome. And well deserved by both of you. You've both worked really, really hard. You have earned the respect and the trust from, I think, fans at home and everybody who is making the decision to make this happen. So I'm really
Even the sideline role.
glad to be on
It is not
with
easy.
you guys.
That's the toughest job of all.
You got to earn your way, just the same.
But hopefully there are even more women now that do want to get into play-by-play and want to be an analyst as well as being on the sideline.
Absolutely.
Without a doubt. We just saw a tweet from Jenny Kavanaugh. She said she grew up looking up to you, Beth. And when it comes to inspiration, all three of you, you continue to inspire that next generation. And when it comes to our junior broadcasters right here at Marquee Sports Network, let's have a quick look.
Okay, Montgomery makes the pitch. It's a ground ball straight to Ryan. He throws it to first. Suzuki rounds the bases. He gets a green light on third. Belly on his horse, rounding third on the way to the plate. Back at the wall, jumps and makes the catch.
And Harvey's running back towards home with Craig chasing him. Oh, and it's chopped down the first baseline. Here comes Cody sprinting for home, and he makes it, winning the Cubs the game 4-3 against the Atlanta Braves.
The plate to throw in the tag. Save! Save! He's going home, and the throw, it's not in time. Suzuki is safe at home with his first in the park home run.
He logs a home run. What an amazing play. And here comes the team to celebrate. Another win for the Chicago Cubs.
And the Cubs win the World Series!
That was the best thing I've seen all day. That was so great.
I'm not ready to be put out to pasture just yet. Ladies, one day.
I was going to say. What am I doing here?
I'm just keeping it warm for you ladies. That was terrific.
That's so cool. And shout out to Marquee for making opportunities like even that available for young girls to practice and see what the job could potentially be
and
like.
The confidence they all have. I mean, that to me is like a majority of the battle, so they clearly already have that.
How special does that make all three of you feel when you see those young ladies out there and they're putting their best foot forward and they could be hot on your heels right around the corner?
I think the big thing is, you know, when you're a part of something like this that's a first, that is hopefully opening doors for people, you know, the impact really isn't that they walk into the room and follow you around. It's that they run into that room and find another door to open somewhere else and create their own path. And so that's hopefully what today is all about, whether you're a young girl, a young boy. Dream big. It's okay to be ambitious and go out and work hard to pursue it.
Yeah, well said. I love that, because the idea for me, and I mentioned this on the air, I looked up to Alana Rizzo because she was a sideline reporter for the Rockies. I didn't want to be just like Alana. I wanted to be a Taylor McGregor version of Alana. And I think that's a great point that you bring up. We don't want anybody to be just like us. We want them to be their own version of themselves. We're just helping create opportunities so that they can bring out the best in themselves.
And I think the thing that I think about is we are here to inspire, but like the belief comes from within, because it takes a lot. There's going to be a lot of no's along the way, but it's those few yeses that really keep you going. And it's that belief in yourself, because that's really what I always say as an athlete, like, if I didn't believe I deserved to be in the lineup, then why should anyone else? Yeah. And I believe the same thing about this job. If you don't believe you should be sitting in this chair, then why should anyone else? So it's the belief in yourself first, and then if we can inspire people along the way to keep going and show you that it can happen, then that's the bonus.
I think especially for young girls, Cole, sometimes they're a little shy. They don't necessarily want to be out in front or on camera. And so, you know, I got to throw a little Mark Twain at you. Why wouldn't you go out on a limb? that's where the fruit is. And today is a day to enjoy the fruit because we've all experienced some bumps and bruises over the years from falling off that limb, and it's about getting back up and climbing again another day.
Yeah, you can't grow without being uncomfortable, right?
Yeah.
Learn something new every day, and I'm going to not lie to you here, Beth. I've used that quotation before, and I had no clue that it was Mark Twain. So you stick with Beth Mowins, Elise Menaker, and Taylor McGregor. You can learn something new every day. A fantastic day for all three of you today, and can't wait for first pitch. You will be on the call, and I know the job, it will be remarkable as always. Now, look at this. Fans, they are coming out right there. They are signing a placard that will go up to those three in the booth, letting them know how special the day actually is. Fans, they're coming from all around because, you know, the fans, they show tons of support. All right, you hear the jingle, so you know what it means. That's right, it says it right there. It's our Miller Lite Fan of the Week time. And this week we're going to West Dundee, Illinois. Pam Heimsath, she is the person we're saluting this week. Now, she finally remembers growing up going to Wrigley Field every Friday with her mom for Ladies' Day at the ballpark, where she would always make sure to buy a scorecard to keep score. And, of course, get autographs before the game. Now, to this day, Pam and her mother connect over their love for these Chicago Cubs, calling each other after every game to rehash everything that went down. And she's now passing on her Cubs fandom to her grandchildren, making sure all 8 of them know the words to Go Cubs Go. So if you're like Pam and you bleed the Cubby blue, you know what the deal is. All you need to do is shoot over to MarqueeSportsNetwork.com/fan, and we could be tipping our cap to you next week, just like we're doing right now to Pam. Pam, here's looking at you, and hopefully the Cubs can lock down a win for you today. All right, still to come, first game. Ooh, they will never forget this one. All decked out in Cubby blue and some Cubby pink to commemorate the afternoon, and what a day for it to be their first day at the Federal Landmark. Bruce, he's been to thousands of games at the Federal Landmark, and that is not an understatement. Right now, he's relaxing in our Steinhoffels relaxing room, but right around the corner, he's going to talk speed, the need for it, and PCA. That's next on Cubs Live.
This is the pizza the other guys wish they could make. Keep dreaming.
Since its inception, the Boys and Girls Clubs have been more than a fun place for kids to go after school. For some, it's been a second home, where they can learn, play, and grow. Thanks to the partnership between Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs, children of all backgrounds have access to safe spaces. All right, let's go take a selfie. MLB Together and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, empowering children and building futures. Bring it in.
All rise. Here comes the judge.
Judge is in a league of his own.
Aaron Judge is a special talent, man. I look at him like the best hitter in this generation.
And that one is gone!
See ya!
You come up here and you want to make a great impression. Hit every single at-bat, really help the team.
Amazing performance by Judge.
He is everything that is good about the game of baseball.
Join the conversation on Intentional Talk.
I had a moment with a turtle. I was out snorkeling. He just turns right in the water and looks dead at my eyes. We like connected, and I was like, yeah, I got you, buddy.
Intentional Talk on MLB Network.
Your Chicago Cubs, a celebration at the ballpark. 40 minutes and counting. How do we know? Jets Pizza. They tell us it's the best Detroit-style pizza on the planet. It is better because it has to be a retirement ceremony going on
she was
right
pushing
there.
her out the way. She was like, yo, I'm
how about that?
She's retired
She doesn't even look old enough to retire.
Congratulations.
Cliff, you've retired before, haven't you?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
12 years ago.
Wow.
A little bit longer than that.
It's been some time right there. We'll talk about that later. But right now, this is at the forefront. It's the first all-female broadcast in the history of the Chicago Cubs. A monumental day with Beth, Elise, and Taylor. We just caught up with them moments ago, and right around the corner, first pitch. Yeah, it will be worth the price of admission. A whole bunch of fans, a day they will never forget. And how about this one? These guys looking to forget all about yesterday and that shutout loss to the Halos. And the lineup 1 through 9 for Craig looks like this. Nico right off the top, and Michael Bush, he has found himself a comfortable spot in that
He really
two-hole.
has, man. You know, he solidified that 2-hole, and I think it speaks to how good and how efficient he was in spring training, right? He sort of took that job and ran with it in spring, and I like him in the 2 spot. I really do.
Well, we'll see if he continues to rake because that 25-game active streak is the best in all of the bigs.
That was
right
that leg
now.
kick
Zach
again,
Neto,
man.
there it is. The OPS, it continues to climb, 7-11. You don't want him to get anything up into the jet stream today because he's open for business.
Well, when you watch him hit, it doesn't look that it doesn't look that big when you look at it. You know, when we watch it on TV, but I mean, he has a big leg kick, but the numbers speak to
it's a timing mechanism.
Why he gets highlighted. 11 homers since April 22nd.
Ooh, hold on a second. Like I said, my man's out there swinging a steel girder in that batter's box. So let's go King of the Hill, presented by Budweiser. This Bud's for you to see how Hayden Wesneski will keep that leg kick at arm's length. It's Jose Soriano versus Wesneski, and Soriano, his record, not where he wants to be, much like Hayden's, but at 4-6, there is one thing that old Jose has in his back pocket. He throws absolute pepper flakes, Cliff. You are going to get fastballs in on the hands from the very onset of this game. So Cubs sticks, hopefully they will be ready to hit. And Hayden Wesneski, he's looking to keep the Halos, well, on point. Whether they get on the base or not, looking to minimize some of that speed. Okay, so time now for us to lounge with Levine. You know the drill. It's presented by Elgin Hyundai, home of the double warranty, 20 years, 200,000 miles on every new car purchase. Just go to elginhyundai.com for the very latest. Bruce, good Sunday to you, my friend. How you doing?
Hey, you got a haircut, Nate.
Feeling good?
All 3 of them.
Yeah, looking sharp, as always. Now, you're always sharp in those post-game press conferences. And the lineups, as we saw, they are most definitely out in PCA. Once again, sideline. We know he's dealing with those stitches in his throwing hand. And just the other day, you asked Craig Counsell all about that play, the steal, where he collided into Whit Merrifield's spike and opened up that gash right there. So what do you think about what Craig had to say about the way they use PCA right now?
Well, you know, first of all, we have to go back to that circumstance of what occurred. So PCA was in a situation where there was 2 outs. He's on second base, okay? So he goes, he steals third base, rips up his hand. That's not the play we're talking about. There's 2 out already, so he's in scoring position, number 1. Number 2, as you see him going through that screen, Cliff, you see that the hitter, and many hitters don't like to be distracted by base runners. So from those 2 perspectives, is this a good baseball play or not a good baseball play?
I only say no based on how fast he is. And it takes me back to the Giants series when he scored from first on a base hit.
Yeah.
So if you just moving up 90 feet, you definitely in better scoring position when you think about, you know, what he was doing. So, look, I mean, are you taking 2 outs? Are you taking away what he is as a player? I say no. You're just making him smarter and to understand that, look, to get to third base and slide in and be safe, there's a little extra effort in that. Because getting to second base, if you're thrown out, it's like, hey, you know what? You try to get to second, you got thrown out. Third base, you have to be safe.
Right.
Because you're in scoring position. That's the only thing I say.
So I went to Counsell and I talked to him about it, and he said, okay, there's 2 outs. He might be distracting the runner, but we want Pete to concentrate on what he's great at. And what he's great at is he is 17 for 17 in stolen bases.
Wallace.
While we're teaching him other things about learning new things about baseball up here and how it's played, we want him to be able to concentrate on what he's really good at, and I'm not getting in the way of that. He's safe, and assuming that he's out, we don't go that route. So from the perspective of knowing that maybe it's not a good play, but for this player who is going to be safe most of the time and feeling good about who he is out there, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I can't knock how he puts it. I just would rather have a guy in PCA understand what's important here. What's important is he continue to get on base. He's not afraid to make a mistake, but understand that while you're at second base, I want you to be as quiet as possible. And I learned that from one of my coaches back in the day, and Tommy Harper, who you know very well in my Montreal days when I got drafted. About getting to second base, because they had a really good base runner, Marquise Grissom, who stole a ton of bases and was flawless as well. He did. Right? But when I got to second, Grip didn't like it. That was his nickname. He did not like me moving around. So Tommy said, get to a spot where you can be chill, but you know you're going to score. Now, I'm not taking that away. With 2 outs, this is what we're talking about. With 1 out, get to third base. Ball in the dirt, guy throwing, he's short-arming balls. Yeah, that's okay, but I don't like it. Excuse me. I don't like it based on how good he is and where he's at in his progression as far as a baseball player.
When Philippe Alou was the manager of Montreal, he told me he had a peg in the ground of where a runner in second base could see. And if he got to that peg, it was time for him to steal. Those type of things, the little inside baseball things, they're interesting.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on the runner. If it's Cliff Floyd at his peak when he could really run, you're going to take advantage of that, right?
Right. And I never stole third base with 2 outs.
Okay.
But I could run. He's different.
PCA, he can run like a deer.
So you like him to do it?
Everything has to be situational because Pete Crow Armstrong, with 2 outs, pitcher on the mound, he makes him clinch up just a little bit. The nerves with that guy that has to go to the hitter at home plate, that just it throws him off his mark. And I feel like that's one of the things that PCA brings to the table.
I'm more concerned about what Counsell said, and that is building a good feeling about what he already does when you're giving him so many new moments of, no, you have to do it this way, okay? I mean, he made it here because he has superior skills in running. He has superior skills in going after a ball in the outfield. The rest is all AAA, major leagues, learning at the major leagues when you should be probably still learning some of these things at AAA before you get here.
And this guy right here, he has serious skills when it comes to conversation. Bruce, our lounge session is closed, but I can't wait for our next one. You enjoyed the rest of your Sunday, and hopefully we see PCA back in that lineup sooner rather than later. Always good catching up, man. All right, let's get you up to speed on a few roster moves right here. Biggie Smalls is the illest. Hunter Biggie. He's a Harvard man. He's selected from AAA Iowa. That means that you could see some pure gasoline out there on the mound immediately, if not soon. Colton Brewer, saw him throw yesterday. Didn't love the way his outing went. Had to dust up with the dugout wall. His hand placed him on the 60-day IL. Fractured left hand punching the dugout wall. That's what it is. I tried to soften the blow and paraphrase things just a little bit. So now let's check in with the skipper. It's Craig on Colton and that busted knee.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mistake, and it's something you can't let happen, and it's something that's costly, and you hurt your teammates by doing it, and you hurt the team by doing it. It doesn't reflect well on you, but you also put yourself in the shoes, and this is an emotional game, and competition is emotional, and it happens. It's something you work hard to kind of train yourself to not let it happen to you. But I think most of us have done something like that hasn't resulted in that, right? Yeah, included, yeah. So you try to have a little empathy from that perspective.
Do you ever allow yourself to, as a manager or a baseball person, to say, what else could happen? Do you allow any negativity to win, to beat you on a given day as you progress on, try to win that ball game that day? And I'm a human. Yeah. Does negativity enter my mind? Yes, it does. Absolutely, Bruce. It does. I think
that's where you kind of, there's like a practice in that too of like how you use it and does it serve you, and you figure that out and then try to move on to the next thought that can help the guys.
Well, never what you want to see.
I've never done
what
that.
Do you want to see? Some bread. Let's go triple play. Circus Sports Illinois. Cliff, why don't you punch a wall so we can put you on the 60-day? Let's go with some of these wagers. First inning runs, yay or nay. A player to get a stake, a mo money, quiet storm, and who's going to get a hit? Dansby or Bush? You ready? Where are you going?
I'm
what do
going
you got?
bottom half. I'm going yes first inning.
Okay.
I'm going Happer. And I'm going with Michael Bush.
Okay, makes a lot of sense.
I like this one today.
Michael Bush has been
I
hot.
do.
Cornelius De Niro, you know the name, represent it right there. If you want to tail him, make yourself some bread, go with first inning run, yes, Hap, and Mr. Bush. We will see how that all goes down. Now, right around the corner, we have to have this discussion because Dansby Swanson, all he wants to do is get hot. We're breaking out the hitters mad to get Lieutenant Dan back on track and the Cubs as well. Jumping in the win column, that is the main objective of the afternoon. So keep it locked. We're bouncing back after this. When you have
I've given up on trying to get rid of batting average. There's no beating it.
Ryan Kenny's always thinking about baseball, and he's fired up for 2024.
These are the standards by which major leaguers are measured.
Watch the show for the thinking fan, MLB Now, on MLB Network.
Can't recall another baseball game where emotions ran so high.
There it is! And a swing and a miss.
Budweiser has believed in folds of honor for 14 years. Today, we honor our veterans.
Can't recall another baseball game where emotions ran so high. There it is! Fly ball to deep right field. It's out of here! It's gonna go!
What a play by Aaron Judge!
Experience game-to-game coverage of the night's biggest moments, live and commercial-free. MLB Network Strike Zone, Wednesday and Friday nights all season.
Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America, Thursday on MLB Network.
In the history of the Chicago Cubs franchise, Beth, Elise, Taylor, they will comprise the triumvirate that will let you know how the Cubs will look to get back in the win column versus these halos, and they'll look to do it under some sunny skies. Wrigley weather presented by Four Seasons.
For all the right reasons.
That's right. And you see that man right there, Hayden Wesneski. Looks like there's a little bit of cloud cover as it currently stands. Our producer, Andrew Miller, said it looks like it may be a little too warm for a hoodie. But that's so we can build up that lather. 84 degrees, wind blowing out to center field, 9 miles an hour, and 53% humidity. You know he's nice and warm under that hoodie, and you want some nice, warm, loose muscles to get after. So let's go heart of the lineup, presented by Northwestern Medicine and shortstop war leaders. We're taking a peek at this one right here. Dansby Swanson. This excludes Mookie Betts. You see right there, Francisco Lindor, Trey Turner since 2021. So despite Dansby's recent scuffles, he's been able to put up some pretty solid numbers, at least since 2021, and we all know that he's a former World Series champion. So, Cliff, how do we get my man back on track here, man?
So I was looking at the last 3 seasons. He's had 74 homers, right? So sometimes I think that creeps into your mind as far as you think you have to be a home run hitter, and you don't have to be a home run hitter.
And you can't swing necessarily for home runs.
Absolutely, and I think when you look at what he's been doing of late, I think he's staying too much in the same position, sort of being stubborn to say, hey, this is when I do it right. Look where that ball's at. Look at the backside. He stays through it. He's in the center of the field, Cole, and all these things are going to give you at least a feel of, guess what? I know what I can do when I'm right. The problem is, how do I get back to right when I'm wrong? That's the biggest thing. When you see him on his backside right there, it's nice and easy.
Yes.
I didn't know he inside out the ball as much as he does. So this is even more of a reason why I would say, you know what? Get on the plate. So he looks like he's on the plate. Change-ups, anything off speed, right, it just gives him the fits, right? His head is pulling out. And I'm saying to myself, I don't want to get to these. These are all out pitches. So when you look at hard hit rate, and you look at some of the things that happen in the sport that has allowed these guys to sort of now dive into analytics from a pitcher standpoint. How do I set them up? So if your hard hit rate has gone down and you don't hit anything that's soft, typically, you have to ambush the fastball. You can't miss it. So what I showed you at the front end of that tape was all fastballs. Now, when you say you get yourself in a position, he looks like he's making some subtle adjustments. But you have to also tell yourself, when that fastball comes, I'm going to get it. You're going to get it today. You talked about Soriano, he throws fastballs.
Gas.
How do you put yourself in a position to drive this ball to right center? I'm going to use you because you're right-handed.
I am right-handed.
Right?
I can't hit.
So it looks better. I would tell you to spread out a little bit.
We've been talking about that.
We've been talking about that.
Move up
so move
towards the
close
plate,
to the plate.
Toes on the line.
Right there.
Spread out
just
a
a
little
little bit.
bit.
Us, right?
Okay.
So now everything stays the same.
I mean, I don't want to
don't take the pants on that too. So everything stays the same, but what I'm trying to do is eliminate any other movement.
Okay.
Movement that's not necessarily going to give me a chance to have the ball go up or down because he has a little leg kick, right? So give me a leg kick.
Would you like him to close off just a little bit more so you don't tend to open that front hip and then everything else follows suit?
Well, you know what? That would help, but I would say I will eliminate first the leg kick. So give me the leg kick first.
Okay.
Right?
So no leg kick. Maybe just a heel pickup.
I want you to give me the leg kick first.
Sorry. This is the breakdown.
Right? So give me the leg kick. Boom. See your head is going to go up and down.
Okay.
I will eliminate that. And how you eliminate that? By having a wide stance.
Okay.
So now I don't want the stance. I want my hands in a position where I take a knees from A to B.
So that's all.
So you might get jammed. That's cool. But guess what you'll do when you get jammed? You'll make the adjustments. You'll start moving back off the plate.
You're there, middle away.
Because what you're trying to eliminate, and the last thing I'll tell you, what you're trying to eliminate is making this pitch right here look like it's all like for him right now, that outside half must look like it's over here.
Especially since a lot of pitchers this day and age, they can't pitch to both sides of the plate. A conversation that you and I had, we were watching the ball game yesterday.
Look, keep it as simple as possible. We got a few seconds left. Get yourself back into a mindset of making good contact, and things will start to flow. I just gave you some really good numbers on what he can do when he's right.
Okay, well, this man right here, he's going to give him that fastball, unabashedly.
Jeez.
He's saying, here it is. You want to hit it? Here comes that midnight rider. Hayden Wesneski, he throws hard as well. For Cliff, I'm Cole. The ladies, they will have the call. We'll see you when all the dust settles. Enjoy.
For your next vehicle, let the numbers do the talking and shop the Bob Lacurcio Auto Group. With 12 automotive brands, find the exact vehicle you're looking for. Our 13 locations serve all of the Chicago area, northern Indiana, and
the National League Rookie of the Year is Corbin Carroll.
This dude is an absolute beast.
He's got every tool. He's got the power tool.
Carroll has hit another one.
Runs like the wind.
There goes Corbin. Go, Corbin, go.
He plays D.
Oh, and he's got it. His signature play, that sliding grab.
Pound for pound, maybe the strongest player in the league. It's been an incredible ride.
Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America, Tuesday on MLB Network.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out, a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together. 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 Together.
This Cubs telecast is presented by UI Health. Sunday afternoon baseball from Wrigley Field as the Cubs try and pick up a series win. Whether it's your first time here or a long-time listener enjoying a little retirement outing, it's a good day for baseball. And the Cubs and the Angels, and a pleasure to be a part of the all-female broadcast today. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the North Side. I'm Beth Mowins alongside Taylor McGregor. Elise Menaker looking forward to a Game 3. Cubs trying to win the series. And the pitching has been a story so far. Got a complete game from Justin Steele a couple days ago. Yesterday was a big bullpen day. Today it's about Hayden Wesneski.
Yeah, Hayden Wesneski, they would like him to go as deep in the game as he can. Always goes for the starter, right? But they'd also like if he can limit the long ball. That's really what's plagued him as of late. So 8 of the 13 hits that he has given up since June 14th, they've been bomb skis. And so for me, it's about location for him. When you look at the pitches he has given up the home runs on, yes, the fastball, but even a few on that sweeper, so he's got to locate. Who he's up against, a young pitcher, 25 years old, and I tell you what, these hitters are going to have their hands full. His fastball tops out at 97.8 miles per hour. I should say it averages 97.8. He's got that. He puts it with the knuckle curve. Stay on that fastball, sit back on the curve, and do what you can.
And, of course, the pitching staff has been such a big story with all the injuries. It seems like whenever there's some good news, Taylor, there's some bad news that goes with it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Colton Brewer, the news today, he's going on the 60-day IL with a left hand fracture. He had that fracture due to punching a wall after he was removed from yesterday's game. He did take accountability and said that cannot happen. The frustration got the most of him. So the corresponding move, Hunter Biggie has been selected from Iowa. And this is a guy with a lot of upside. He strikes guys out at about a 45% clip. His fastball averages upper 90s. He can touch 100. So this is something the Cubs really don't have in their bullpen. High in velocity with a lot of strikeouts. So he will be a welcomed addition to that pen.
Yeah, hopefully he'll get an opportunity. Might even see him today. Coming up, how we got here in the broadcast booth this afternoon. And then it's first pitch.
This is the pizza the other guys wish they could make. Keep dreaming. Jets.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out, a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together. 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 Together.
The National League Rookie of the Year is Corbin Carroll.
This dude is an absolute beast.
He's got every tool. He's got the power tool.
Carroll has hit another one.
Runs like the wind.
There goes Corbin. Go, Corbin, go.
He plays D.
Oh, he's got it. His signature play, that sliding grab.
Pound for pound, maybe the strongest player in the league. It's been an incredible ride.
Join the conversation on Intentional Talk.
I had a moment with a turtle. I was out snorkeling. He just turns right in the water and looks dead at my eyes. We connected, and I was like, yeah, I got you, buddy.
Intentional Talk on MLB Network.
power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
The National League Rookie of the Year is Corbin Carroll.
This dude is an absolute beast.
He's got every tool. He's got the power tool.
Carroll has hit another one.
Great memory. Not only playing, but I say I learned sports through osmosis because I've talked about this before. My dad worked in sports, so I think my earliest memory of wanting to pursue a career in this was in the 2007 World Series. The Colorado Rockies made it against the Boston Red Sox. This was game 1 of the series in Boston, and I had just decided I didn't want to go into the CIA because that was what I originally wanted to do.
Plan.
And then I saw so many women in sports media during that series, and I thought, ooh, that could be kind of cool. And then as the years unfolded, here I am pursuing a career in it. So thankful for the representation that got me here.
It was going into my senior year of college. That's when I knew I wanted to do this. So it wasn't like I was a kid and always dreaming of it. And then I'm trying to get a sports job. And I can't get one. So I started in news. You saw that weather coverage. And then I moved to Milwaukee. And then I have worked at Big Ten Network. I still do. And so it was a grind. It was never giving up and always believing in myself, because that's really what it took, because I just never wanted to settle that I was going to be in news forever, because my heart, my passion, it is in sports.
Yeah, and we know, Beth, we saw the amazing photos of you growing up.
I'll
so
tell you
a
what.
little bit of osmosis for you as well.
Are you secretly in the CIA as well? That's a conversation for another day. That was me in the 7th grade. I was one of those annoying kids that always knew what they wanted to do. So that was me on the public address at my high school. That's my dad. He was operating the clock right next to me. And similar to you, I had the advantage of a dad who was a high school basketball coach. So, and 3 brothers running around. So that was always really significant for me. And that's why I always wanted to get into this. And I know that, you know, playing sports growing up was always so significant and so critical to not only understanding sports, but understanding how to call sports one day.
And understanding how to beat the boys, because that's what I love to do in sports. No, I mean, I was always playing basically everything growing up. Tennis was actually my first sport. I played that as well in high school. But my true love, everything that I always wanted to do, went back to softball. So that's what I continued to do in college. I played in Sweden professionally, and I am so thankful, because I would not be the person I am today without it. I would not have met the people who I absolutely love who are around that sport, and that's probably, honestly, Taylor, the best thing to come from it.
So many life lessons. That's what I say. It's so valuable to be a part of a team, realize it's so much more than just about you. And I would say from a very early age, I was a part of many different teams. Nice. This is me as a softball player.
All right.
Turns out softball and I did not get along for very long. Ultimately, I would choose soccer. I was way more foot-eye coordinated than I was hand-eye coordinated, but a lot of great memories from my teammates and just the competitive nature of sports growing up.
It's, you know, for us, it's our day-to-day job. It's our day-to-day life. You know, you put your head down and you do the work. But on a day like today, when you show up at the ballpark, Elise, you know it's a little different. And what's significant about it for you?
The significance, I think, is, I feel like the impact it's having on other people is significant to me, because yes, we can talk about it and the history, but it's really hard. I've said it before throughout the week. It's hard to really understand that and to wrap your head around, but to take pictures with people, for them to, throughout the week, say they're so excited to watch the broadcast, that's when it hits you and you're like, okay, let's do this, and let's do it well, and let's do it right.
I was such a person. I needed somebody to look to and say, oh, they've done it. I can do that too. That representation. And so for me, that's the coolest part about all of this, is hopefully playing a small part in a young girl's dream of, hey, I could do this. And then for me, getting to watch what you guys are doing and seeing the dreams that you're instilling is really, really cool for me, because I have no doubt there are Cub fans who will be watching this broadcast and say, ooh, I thought I could only be on the sideline, but actually I can be up in the booth. And so we're just getting girls to dream bigger.
Yeah, it was such a joy and a real honor and a pleasure to be a part of some of these prior to this. Working Monday Night Football certainly was, you know, a huge deal for so many young girls to be watching that to be watching, the very first game we did with an all-female crew in the NBA with Doris Burke and Lisa Salters, who are very good at your job and very good at your job, and just to watch all three of us see the impact of people coming up to you and young kids coming up to you was, really hit home and was really special. And hopefully we can inspire a few more here today. So, and maybe fly the flag as well.
Yeah, let's do it.
That would work out. That'd be a nice little Sunday if we could put that together. Hey, stick around. We've got Angels, Cubs, and we've got Elise's keys. Not Alicia keys, something better.
Right.
Something
keys
even better.
To the game.
Elise's keys.
Join the conversation on Intentional Talk.
I had a moment with a turtle. I was out snorkeling. He just turns right in the water and looks dead at my eyes. We connected, and I was like, yeah, I got you, buddy.
Intentional Talk on MLB Network.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together.
Together. Together.
Together.
All rise. Here comes the judge.
Judge is in a league of his own.
Aaron Judge is a special, special talent, man. I look at him like the best hitter in this generation.
And that one is gone!
See ya!
You come up here and you want to make a great impression. Hit every single at bat, really help the team.
Amazing performance by Judge.
He is everything that is good about the game of baseball.
Another beautiful day in the Windy City. Temperatures in the
Long before Aaron in Atlanta.
Today, and of course, Wrigley Field, home of the Chicago Cubs. Getting set for the Cubs and Angels. And it's time now for our keys to the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer.
All right, I'm going with heart attack. No, I'm not wishing a heart attack on anyone. If you see the play on words I have there. Soriano, he throws hard. So Cubs hitters, they are going to have to be ready for that sinker. Hayden Wesneski, location, location, location. If there's one common thread I've seen with the home runs that he has given up, it has been missed location, because he has given up a few on that sweeper and even more on the four-seamer and the sinker. These Cubs hitters are going to have to find a way. I just mentioned that Soriano throws hard. He also induces a lot of ground balls, so that means each and every hitter is just going to have to find a way to get on base. JD, I hope you approve of these keys. Just trying to keep up with you.
He'd be proud. Hey, we got lineups, first pitch coming up, and Hayden Wesneski on the bump for the 6th start of his season. in Spanish, brought to you by Toyota on your SAP audio setting, provided by WRTO 1200 AM. Miguel Esparza has the call. Slight breeze blowing out about 7 or 8 miles an hour to straightaway center field to start out this ball game today. And the Angels lineup is brought to you by Ford, and it breaks down like this. Just about everybody got involved yesterday, including Joe Adele with his 14th home run of the season. Their on-base percentage looks like such. And the big story yesterday, they got on base 21 times to just 4 for the Cubs offense. So see if the Cubs can change that story with their pitcher today.
The starting pitcher for the Cubs is brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. Hayden Wesneski. It's his 6th start, and we know in his appearances that the long ball has been the issue for him. We brought it up in the open, and so really his focus today is just going to have to be executing each pitch, because when you look across the board, the sweeper, he's given up 3 home runs, the 4-seamer 5 home runs, and the sinker 2 home runs. So that's really the story with Wesneski. I mean, you can see he gets a really high whiff rate on that sweeper. It is a really nasty pitch, but it's just about executing. He has left that over the plate. He has left fastballs over the plate. So today is the day. The defensive setup for the Cubs is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield. So let's work left to right in the outfield. Ian Happ, Cody Bellinger, another start in center field. Seiya Suzuki is out in right. Miles Mastroboni gets to start at third base today. We saw some Gold Glove type defense the other day. Dansby Swanson at short, Nico Horner second, Michael Busch at first, and Miguel Amaya is back behind the plate.
Yeah, the Cubs have been solid at third base the first 2 games of the series. Yesterday it was David Bodie, and on Friday 3 outstanding plays with the glove for Mastroboni to help out Justin Steele in that complete game 2 hitter. The Cubs taking the opening game of the series, and then the Angels able to bounce back yesterday. They will open up today. First pitch swinging. Nolan Schaunwell, the ground out to Nico Horner at second, 1 down.
Well, that'll do. Just getting some contacts, getting outs, get things rolling for Hayden. It's interesting, Beth, you know, when I looked at the home runs he's given up, 8 of the 10 have been to righties. And that's just not common when you have, you know, that right-on-right matchup. So just something interesting there to note.
4 lefties to 5 righties in the lineup today. And this is a change from yesterday. Brandon Drury getting the start at second base. The 2022 utility Silver Slugger. Now in his 9th season in the big leagues. Here's the 0-1 from Wesneski. Of course, Hayden has been spending the majority of his time this year coming out of the bullpen, but then with the injury to Javier Assad, there was an opening in the rotation at the end of June, and he has stepped into that, now making his 6th start here today. Last 2 starts were a rocky road for him. 8 runs allowed with the 4 home run ball, so he'll look to temper that this afternoon.
So when you look at his numbers the last 9 games of the last 13, it's really the long ball that sticks out. Yeah, the ERA over the last 13, that's up too, because when you give up home runs, runs are going to be scored. Hayden tried to do his strikeout strut there. He's trying to work that sweeper now back-to-back times, missing just on the outer edge. I would imagine because he's probably pretty conscious of the home run ball that he's trying to make sure that he misses out versus over the plate.
Opponents hitting just $149 against the sweeper, but as you mentioned, Elise, a lot of slug there. And now the count goes full.
Yeah, and so he goes with the 4-seamer there again, trying to hit the outer edge, because if he's missed, it's been over the plate. So just trying to bring that in, but if you're going to miss, these are the spots.
Drury grounds it right back up the middle, and he splits Swanson and Horner and a 1-out base runner.
So Wesneski goes back to the 4-seamer, and this is one of those that is left over, but Drury just gets on top of it. It finds enough, though, where he can find the hole up the middle, and so he finds his way onto first base.
Cubs scored first in game 1 of the series. They went on to win it. Angels scored in the first inning yesterday and cruised to the 7-0 shutout victory. And here's Taylor Ward. He was on base 3 times yesterday with a single, walked a couple of times, and scored a couple of times. Those free passes were a bugaboo yesterday as well. 8 of them. 8 Angels reaching with a walk, a hit by pitch, or an error. Fly ball out to center. Cody Bellinger under it. 2 down. Still no Pete Crow Armstrong back in the starting lineup. Elise, he is out with that thumb injury for the 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, so he had those 4 stitches in his throwing thumb, and obviously just trying to come back, be 100% healthy. His defense is such a big part of his game, but you'd imagine even offensively that would be really hard to grip a bat. So waiting till he's 100%, and that's why we've seen Cody in the lineup that we have, with Bellinger going back to center field.
There's Willie Calhoun in the 4 spot. He'll take a timeout. What you got for us, Taylor?
The good news is there is progress when it comes to Pete Crow Armstrong. He threw yesterday for the first time since the injury. It went okay, but he threw again today. He's feeling much better. He is available if needed late in the game today off of the bench, so good news there, but he continues to progress and hopefully back in the lineup soon.
And not just with that glove work, but the disruptive speed on the base paths. There's a strike to Calhoun, 82 miles an hour on the slider, 0-1.
Calhoun can have some pop in the bat. So when you talk about the long ball, you could look at him. I mean, we saw Adele yesterday. When you even go down the lineup, he hasn't put it together consistently, but there can be pop even up and down.
Calhoun pulls that one to first. Nice backhand from Michael Busch. Side retired. Speaking of Michael Busch, he moves up to number 2 in the batting order as we head to the bottom of the 1st.
Have you heard? Soda's not a dirty word anymore. Introducing Poppy, the best thing to happen to lemon lime since, well, lemons and limes. It's the iconic, refreshing flavor you crave, but with 3 grams of sugar. Real lemon, real lime, real juicy flavor. The future of soda is now, and it's called Poppy. Poppy, soda's back.
There's an easier way. From fixing your cabinets to cleaning your countertops, taking care of your home is easy with Thumbtack. Download the Thumbtack app and start caring for your home today.
With the Game Time app, I paid 60% less than this guy. What? And it's not just sports tickets. It's also concerts. Performances, too!
Oh, come on!
Download Game Time. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
I was paying for my ex's wine club membership for months before I caught it. After we broke up, I forgot all about it.
Cubs picking up the bats as we check out their lineup, brought to you by Binny's Beverage Depot. If you can't find it at Binny's, it's probably not worth drinking. Horner, Busch, and Bellinger to start things off, followed by Suzuki and Ian Happ. Then it's Christopher Morel getting the start at DH today with Swanson and Miles Mastrobuoni, and Miguel Amaya returns behind the plate, and he will hit 9th.
The starting pitcher for the Angels is brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. So I tell you what, we have heard the name Paul Skeens a lot. I think you're going to start hearing this name a lot. Jose Soriano. He's 25 years old. He throws really hard. He has good stuff. You're going to see the sinker predominantly. Like I think on this first pitch, you're seeing sinker. And I think Nico, he could swing at it. Okay, so we got the sinker, but we didn't get the swing. He's going to throw predominantly this sinker, and he likes to set up the knuckle curve with that fastball because he's also got a 4-seamer that can average 98.9.
Horner will take a swing at the second pitch. The grounder to short. Zach Neto is there, 1 down.
And so mentioned, I watched his last outing, Beth, and every single first pitch except 2 were the sinker. So he really likes to work off of that. Now, he is just coming off of the IL. So maybe coming back, he was really just trying to get in the flow and wanted to keep things simple. But he likes that knuckle curve to be the put-away pitch, the strikeout pitch.
Yeah, that repertoire gives him not only the velocity, but the movement. And he's imposing out there at 6'3", 220. As Michael Busch fouls one off. Lost his last start against Oakland. He was okay the first time through the lineup and then ran into some trouble. There are the numbers on Michael Busch, who for a while there was quietly putting together a Rookie of the Year type of season, and now not so quietly. Starting to emerge on the short list. He has reached base now in 25 consecutive starts. Not with a ton of power, but his batting average and his OB has moved him up to number 2 in the batting order. He was 6th yesterday as the Cubs look to get some guys on base and try and provide a little more power in the middle of the lineup. And a punch out as the sun pops out from behind the clouds. 2 down. It's time for the Intelligence Center, powered by CDW and NetApp. And the highest average velocity, you mentioned Paul Skeens, the Pittsburgh rookie, and there's Soriano right there behind him.
And you're like, well, he has stuff like a guy who comes out of the bullpen. Well, that's because he was in the bullpen. That's where he pitched last year, and then the Angels thought, well, we need some pitching. Soriano had a really good year out of the pen, so maybe we should stretch him out and he could become a starter, and that's exactly what they've done, and he's done a really good job so far.
Yeah, we got a terrific scouting report pregame. Mark Gubaza, the Angels broadcaster, was kind enough to spend some time with us as Cody Bellinger steps in. 270 on the season, 9 home runs, 37 runs batted in. His 6-game hitting streak came to an end yesterday. Pulls that one to the right side, backhanded by Seanwell, and there is Soriano to cover, and it's a 1-2-3 start for Jose Soriano. First inning in the books here at Wrigley.
Best club on the market. They're so forgiving. It's just so cool. My favorite club is the Black Ops driver. It's a cannon. I mean, wow. Wow. I play golf about 5 days a week. Sometimes it's 6. I'm Darius Rucker, and I play PXG.
PXG, nobody makes golf clubs the way we do, period.
Paying down debt can feel overwhelming, but it doesn't have to be. Upstart makes it fast and easy. Borrowers can access the funds they need in as little as 1 business day. Checking your rate is fast, easy, with no cost to you or your credit score. Loans start at $1,000 and go up to $50,000. Join the club of over 1.8 million customers who have turned to Upstart for a personal loan. Your financial freedom begins at upstart.com.
How you get healthcare matters. That's why millions of guys trust Hims. For mental health, ED, and hair loss, Hims can help. Through a free online intake at hims.com, you can hear back from a licensed provider in hours instead of waiting weeks. Plus, through the app, you can control your shipping, access curated content, and message your care team at any time. Premium care, ultimate value. Find your doctor-trusted treatment 100% online. Get started today at hims.com.
Basketball fans from all over the United States have won over $1 billion. Visit UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code POSTER to claim your player's special and deposit offer. Underdog Fantasy, calling all dogs.
Hey, Cubs fans.
Kyle Tucker is doing it at the Major League level.
Yeah. Seems like every game we're impressed by him a little bit more.
Deep to right field, it's gone! King Tuck!
Talk about his defense, which is elite.
He leads, and he caught
home game for the Cubs prior to the All-Star break. And they've got an off day tomorrow, and then they hit the road to Baltimore for 3 and St. Louis for 4, including a doubleheader next Saturday. Logan O'Hoppe to start things off, 5, 6, and 7. Logan's enjoying a breakout season for the Angels. They find themselves in 4th place in the AL West. They are well back in the wild card. So as that trade deadline looms at the end of the month, some of the Angels' names may be bandied about. Although not likely this guy, just 24 years old, a bright future behind the plate, and a fly out here to Suzuki. 1 down. All right, if you were wondering about the keys to the game, Elise's keys, Jim Deshaies approves, everybody.
Jim, I don't know how you do it every day. I mean, I tried with Heart Attack, and I felt like I fell flat on the play on words, but thank you. I appreciate the approval.
English majors nationwide exult. Here's Zach Neto. Zach had an RBI single yesterday. It was a funky game in all phases for the Cubs. Looking to bounce back today. Swanson on the move. Still so sharp at short, 2 down. Despite some struggles at the plate, he has been nails on the field.
Yeah, he has been exactly who you need and who you expect at shortstop. And so nice to see that the offense isn't affecting the defense, because that can be such a hard part of this game. But he's a true pro, and so he knows how to handle all of that and has done that part of it well.
Mickey Moniak slashes that one out to Ian Happ.
He keeps going like this, Beth. You don't need me.
1, 2, 3 inning. Make those dinner reservations.
Join the conversation on Intentional Talk.
I had a moment with a turtle. I was out snorkeling. He just turns right in the water and looks dead at my eyes. We like connected, and I was like, yeah, I got you, buddy.
Intentional Talk on MLB Network.
All rise. Here comes the judge.
Judge is in a league of his own.
Aaron Judge is a special, special talent, man. I look at him like the best hitter in this generation.
And that one is gone!
See ya! You come up here and you want to make a great impression. Hit every single at-bat, really help the team.
Amazing performance by Judge.
He is everything that is good about the game of baseball.
Service and sacrifice for our country. How about 6 different deployments for James? Well done, sir. On this extended July 4th weekend. Since the middle of May, the Cubs have just won 2 3-game series, one against Pittsburgh and one against the Giants. And so they are looking to add to that here early in July. They need to win today to take 2 of 3. Suzuki right back up the middle, 1 down.
Well, we've talked about the velocity with Soriano, but it's also going to induce a lot of ground balls. So that sinker works in on the hands of righties. He's got a 61.4% ground ball rate. I think league average is in like in the 40s. or something. So he gets a lot of ground balls, keeps his defense active, and that's why these Cubs are going to have to string hits together to make stuff happen, because it's not likely you're going to get a lot in the air.
There's a look at the highest ground ball percentages this year. Soriano high on that list. Cubs hoping to get after him a bit today. Yesterday the bats were quiet. You know, we got a good scouting report from our friend and lifelong Cubs fan Sarah Spain, who informed us that her extensive research provided her with this nugget: third fewest line drives in MLB this year for the Cubs. So let's see if they can get some hard hit going today.
Get something up in the air. Get that slug back.
Yep. Not on that one. Happ skies it to short. Neto on the grass. 2 down.
Christopher Morel is DHing today, and I had a feeling Miles Mastrobuoni could be in the lineup, not just for the defense, but because of the velocity of Soriano. Mastrobuoni hits velocity really well, so this way you get 2 guys in the lineup, 2 good bats against a faster pitcher.
First one to see Soriano will be Morel. 15 home runs to lead the Cubs. He has just recently been overtaken by Ian Happ as the RBI leader on the team. Tried to check it, could not. 8-pitch inning and the second strikeout for Soriano. Scoreless through 2 today at Wrigley.
Get inside the game with the winner of the 2024 Sports Emmy Award for Outstanding Daily Studio Show, MLB Tonight.
Boom! And how fun is this show?
There it goes! See ya!
MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together.
Together. Together.
Together.
Kyle Tucker is doing it at the major league level.
Yeah. Seems like every game we're impressed by him a little bit more.
Deep to right field, it's gone! King Tuck!
Talk about his defense, which is elite.
He leads, and he caught it!
Tuck out there protecting the kingdom.
Kyle Tucker has been the man. Bat flips for days. Watch this one. Hey, boys, this is what I do.
All hail King Tuck!
No score as we go to the top of the third. Cubs' Dansby Swanson has evolved into one of the best defenders in our game, and he credits Ron Washington to his success. Ron was his former coach in Atlanta, currently the manager of the Angels. And when you work with Ron Washington, you spend a ton of time on the field pregame doing all sorts of drills. But the other thing he does is he takes care of his players' gloves. And his players will tell you that he has a special oil that keeps the glove in the perfect condition. So let me show you this oil. It goes back to the 80s when Ron Washington was a player. He used to use an oil that is also used for leather in cars, and he said it just didn't make my glove feel right. One day he was walking through Walmart, 1982 was the year, and he found this oil and he tried it out on his glove, and he said, well, this is perfect. And then he got into coaching. He started utilizing it on some of his players' gloves, and then they would share their gloves with other players, and it just became this thing where everybody wanted some oil. And so Dansby coming up in Atlanta, that's what he got used to, is having Ron Washington use this special oil And then, of course, last season, he comes over to the Cubs, and one of the things he was missing was the oil. So when Wash came to Chicago last summer with the Braves, he brought Dansby that oil. So Dansby now can utilize it for himself, and some of the other Cubs players have taken note. They've tried to borrow some of it. It is this famous oil that Ron Washington found at Walmart in the 80s. Who knew?
Oh, now I know what to look for in the store.
Right, it's always like the clothes that you get off of Amazon that are your favorite, right? Not the stuff that you spend the most money on.
One of the many legacies of Ron Washington, who has now won over 700 games in his career as a manager. A couple of trips to the World Series with Texas. And, of course, that Atlanta team with Dansby Swanson winning a World Series championship.
It was last year I talked to Ron Washington about Dansby, and he said, yes, he is very gifted, but he also has a tremendous work ethic.
Of course, a big summer coming up for the Swansons. Wife Mallory scored a goal yesterday for the Red Stars, and now is getting set for the Olympics. United States trying to get the gold medal back in Paris at the end of July and into August.
But I tell you what, having your glove feel right, be right, you need it, man.
Oh,
like,
so
you have no
important.
idea how many gloves I went through before, and then when you land on the right one, it's like magic.
Ooh, that get off the hand of Wesneski and off the ricochet. Swanson able to barehand it and get the second out.
Well, who needs a glove when you're Dansby Swanson, when you can just barehand the ground ball? Watch his feet, though. That's really where all of this starts. So ricochet, and then Dansby has to react to it. So he turns his feet, picks it up with his hand, because that's really probably the only play that he had. Did that hit off of?
Wow. That got him
right off his
square
pitching
on the
hand.
palm.
I thought originally maybe it was the mound, but nope.
And after Amaya talks to him, now Counsell and the athletic trainer are out. Boy, this is obviously significant, even though Dansby didn't need the glove with the mink oil on that play. Bare hands it to record the out, but it was just 24 hours ago that starter Kyle Hendricks had to leave a game. He said, no, don't bother, I'm okay.
Well, that's a good
But remember,
sign.
Hendricks had to leave early yesterday with the sore back.
Well, just all the injuries they've had. You just want him to be okay. First reaction would say he is. But also, it's kind of like a gut reaction from Wesneski, because you're like, why would you put your hand up there? I mean, when the ball is coming at you, it's kind of your reaction. Like, maybe, you know, put my hand up, get it.
Here it is in slow-mo. Wow. Actually split a couple of fingers coming right back at him.
And Guillaume didn't hit it that hard, that square. There's a little spin on that, so hopefully that saved his hand too.
That was a 94.3 was the exit velo on that hit. Hayden stays, and it's back to the top of the order. Sean Well.
What'd you say the exit velo on it was?
94.
Even that was harder than I thought. Had some funky spin.
Ground ball to first. Bush stays down on it. How about this? Another 1, 2, 3 inning.
From the day's first pitch to the night's final out, MLB Network sets the stage for fans every day.
So it'll be interesting to watch what happens here
all season long. See the players who are making a statement.
Hey, let's check out the board, folks.
With live games every week.
Inside the park we go.
Cutting-edge baseball chatter. Plus highlights, analysis, and live look-ins on MLB Tonight. MLB Network. The game is the star. Get inside the game with the winner of the 2024 Sports Emmy Award for Outstanding Daily Studio Show, MLB Tonight.
Boom! How fun is this show?
There it goes! See ya!
MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
Since its inception, the Boys and Girls Clubs have been more than a fun place for kids to go after school. For some, it's been a second home, where they can learn, play, and grow. Thanks to the partnership between Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs, children of all backgrounds have access to safe spaces. All right, let's go take a selfie. MLB Together and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, empowering children and building futures. Bring it in.
Tasty trade. If the ball stays on the mound, Cubs season ticket holder Mark Allman would have won the $1,000 Tasty Trade jackpot. Unfortunately, Lance Barksdale was askew on the toss. The contestant will have another opportunity to win on the next homestand. Tasty Trade, stocks, options, futures, crypto. And the Cubs have a base runner for the first time. Swanson with the single out to right. And that ends the drought. He had been hitless in his last 23 at-bats.
Well, you like to see this from Dansby, staying on the sinker that's working on the outer half. Instead of pulling off of it, he keeps his head down. Good balance to that swing. He's able to hit it out into right field. Hey, gets low line drive action, gets it in the air, and gets things going.
Cubs only had a base runner in 4 innings yesterday, and only once a runner in scoring position. That was in the 9th inning. So the Cubs will try and muster a little sooner and a little more frequently here this afternoon. Miles Mastrobuoni in the 8th spot in the order. Taylor?
And Elise, you mentioned him going to right field. Craig Counsell will tell you when Dansby Swanson is at his best this season, he's hitting the ball to right field. When you look at his season numbers this year, he's pulling the ball, and it's been on the ground more than any other point in his career. So if he can continue to hit line drives to the right field, good things will happen.
And it's going the opposite way that will set up having more power and getting it off of the ground to the pull side. Getting out in front, just rolling over it, but you can get your swing right by going the opposite way. Up the middle is often talked about too.
Not saying that you know a lot about riding the struggle bus, Elise, but during your playing days,
there's struggle.
I mean, how important is it to literally take it that one at-bat at a time like Dansby's trying to do right now?
Especially during the down times, that's when it's got to be one at-bat at a time.
Right back up the middle and nowhere to go. Swanson with good speed to get to second base before Neto could make a move, and then hustling down the line was Mastro.
Well, that'll do. This is finding a way, right? One of the keys to the game. So Miles, just look how quick, short he was to the ball. Dansby, good base running. No let up, going in hard, no play. So they have first and second.
So just 4 hits yesterday for the Cubs, and now back-to-back here in the 3rd, and a chance to strike first. Miguel Amaya back in the starting lineup today. Showing bunt in a sacrifice situation. Shonwell was hard charging at first. Guillerme staying back with the base runner at second. Amaya swinging at it this time, and it's over the head of Guillerme, and Swanson will trot on in to score for the Cubs. And then the throw down to second as Amaya tried to stretch it and catch the defense sleeping. And he gets thrown out for the first out of the inning.
So the Cubs continuing to find a way. And Amaya, look, he rolls over this but pulls it. And this has happened to the Cubs, who's in that Philly series, a similar situation where this becomes an RBI. So Amaya knocks in a run, getting this one over to third base. Dansby, he can pretty much trot home. And Amaya has a heads up. The play's in front of him. He stops. He takes a look. He's maybe thinking they're going to make a play. Tried to force 2. More than anything, Beth, yeah, just probably tried to catch him sleeping.
Well, that's a tough one for the Cubs and Amaya because the top of the order is coming up. It would have been first and third with nobody out. Cubs do grab the lead. And here's Horner, grounded to short. His first time up. Infield is pulled in with the runner at third base. So not only green grass out there, but some dirt to drop it on for Nico. Will this one be deep enough? Out to center. Moniak makes the catch and the move to the plate. Not in time. Mastrobuoni, too much speed, and it's 2-0 Cubs on the sacrifice fly.
The Cubs keep defying the odds. Soriano has a really high ground ball rate, but we've seen some line drives, and now we've seen the fly ball that'll do it for the RBI. And a couple of times so far in this inning, we saw Mastrobuoni use his speed. So he's beating out that ground ball to first, heading home. They've got 2 runs on the board.
Well, and a shout out to the bottom of the order for getting things going. The first time seeing Soriano, as Swanson and Mastrobuoni both single to start out the inning and both reach home. 2 down for Michael Bush.
It appears to me that Soriano is showing Bush some respect, one of the better hitters on the team this season, and he saw a couple of sliders in his first at bat. Soriano does not throw a lot of sliders to lefties. Started him off with the knuckle curve here, then followed up with the sinker, so working backwards a little bit.
And a called strike 3, but the Cubs are 30-17 this year when scoring first. They're up 2-0.
This is your captain speaking. We'd like to welcome you on board MLB The Show 24. It's a good one. Where gamers can play as their favorite baseball teams, create custom players, and even relive history with some of baseball's greatest legends. Now, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Can I play? Rated E for everyone.
Want to elevate game night? Turn on MLB Big Inning. A revolutionary way to see the biggest moments from every game, live and commercial-free.
There it is! The 40-70 season!
Find MLB Big Inning on the MLB.tv home screen. Then watch baseball's mega stars in the moments that matter most. It's a whole new ballgame when the action comes to you.
Game over!
MLB Big Inning, live every game night on MLB.tv.
Get inside the game with the winner of the 2024 Sports Emmy Award for Outstanding Daily Studio Show, MLB Tonight.
Boom! How fun is this show?
There it goes! See ya!
MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
Cubs baseball is presented by the Illinois Lottery. Thank you for 50 amazing years, Illinois. Cubs jumping in front with the 2 runs. Courtesy of the bottom of the order, Swanson and Mastrobuoni singling and scoring. Amaya and then Nico Horner at the top picking up the RBIs as we head to the top of the 4th.
Drury has the only hit so far today for the Angels. And Wesneski's been doing a good job of being aggressive with that first pitch. No exception here either.
Wesneski has now retired the last 9 after that early single.
The Cubs return to action at Wrigley Field on Friday, July 19th for the start of a 3-game set with the Diamondbacks. Don't miss any of the action. Purchase tickets at Cubs.com.
Good first pitch strikes from Wesneski. to open up this one today for the Cubs.
Add it to the list.
And there's another one there to Taylor Ward, 0-1. Look at the efficiency. Let's see if he can get to 10 pitches per inning here to start out.
But what I like so far from Wesneski is getting ahead of hitters, trying to create a pitcher's count. But as he's working the edges, but it doesn't feel like he's nibbling. It doesn't feel like he's not throwing his pitches with conviction. That's a nice pitch.
81-mile-an-hour slider.
Just the way that drops in, it almost looks like a curve. The way it goes in.
Again, getting ahead in the count.
Because really, any of the misses, I mean, Beth, it feels like just pitch one pitch after the next. He's missing outer half. It's like the lines of that box that you see. Not much over the plate. Another good pitch.
Got him. That's his first strikeout. 2 down. Hey, Cubs fans, stream live Cubs games and exclusive on-demand content all season long on the Marquee Sports Network app presented by Miller Lite. Subscribe now at watchmarquee.com. Got him there with the sweeper for his first strikeout. And here's Willie Calhoun. Stick around, we've got a very special guest coming up in the bottom half of the inning, which is about to happen momentarily. It's another 1-2-3 inning. From the Ricketts ownership group, Laura Ricketts going to join us in the broadcast booth.
The National League Rookie of the Year is Corbin Carroll.
This dude is an absolute beast.
He's got every tool. He's got the power tool.
Hit another one.
Runs like the wind.
There goes Corbin. Go, Corbin, go.
He plays D.
Oh, he's got it. His signature play, that sliding grab.
Pound for pound, maybe the strongest player in the league.
It's been an incredible ride.
Get inside the game with the winner of the 2024 Sports Emmy Award for Outstanding Daily Studio Show, MLB Tonight.
Boom! How fun is this show?
There it goes! See ya!
MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
Cubs with the lead over the Angels, and from the board of directors, it's Laura Ricketts joining us in the booth. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's absolutely my pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. I'm so glad you're here today.
Likewise. Our all-female broadcast. Why is this special for you as a part of the Cubs ownership to have this kind of moment and have this kind of opportunity here in the booth?
Well, obviously it's an example, or first of all, I'll just say it's about time. I guess I'll just say that we have like women in the booth exclusively, but also it's just like an example like of the changing, you know, of our culture changing and more women in you know, more places in sports and in every industry actually. So it's exciting to see.
Well, you're a part of that change because with the Red Stars, they set an NWSL record at Wrigley Field here earlier this season.
They did.
Good. I mean, it was, first, can you just describe what it was like?
Well, it was incredible. It was a thrill. It was really a thrill. It was a rainy day. It was a cold day. We only had, like, I think 7 months to sell, or 7 weeks to sell tickets, and we just hustled really hard. And as you know, you usually have many months to sell tickets, but we just hustled it really hard and had never done it before, so didn't know what to expect. And we were overwhelmed, just really pleased and overwhelmed. Not just with the turnout, but the fact that everybody stayed in the rain and in the chilly temperatures. And it was there we go, got hit.
Bellinger, and that will stay inside the bag on the ground out for Cody. Bellinger, Suzuki, and Happ due up here in the bottom of the 4th. I fill in my scorecard, and then it's time to talk a little bit about, you know, one of the other big teams in town, the Chicago Sky, and the addition of Angel Reese has really lit things up here in town. And just to obviously not only be a part of this ownership group, but to support financially the women's sports as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a gradual evolution in women's sports ever since Title IX. And I think it's all slowly evolved to where we're at now. Which I believe that we're on the brink of an explosion in women's sports, and I think we're starting to see that. They're culturally relevant, they're entertaining, they're exciting, and I think it's a good data point in terms of where we are with regard to equity in sports for women.
You had mentioned that you feel like, you know, seeing women in the broadcast booth, it's about time, right? Maybe you feel like it's a long time coming. What is it like just for you to see the growth and the opportunities, and what it means as you see so many athletes on a daily basis, to show them there are other ways, other outlets that they can pursue sports at a high level?
It's incredibly exciting, and I feel blessed, honestly, to be a part of it and to be able to help drive that. I think, you know, I played sports as a child. And a young person, and I know you both played sports as well, and you know all the lessons that teaches you not just about success on the pitch or the field or the court, but in life. I'm sure another
Suzuki out to shallow center, and back on the grass is Drury, 2 down.
I'm sure both of you would say your playing actually helped you get to where you are today.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions, is that, you know, somehow women are new to this, when in reality it's been our daily existence, whether it's wiffle ball or kickball or, you know, all kinds of activities as a kid. That's kind of all we know, and I think that's more the norm now for young girls, and hopefully the understanding of young boys and brothers and fathers and husbands, you know, that it's just, that's how it is with women in sports now, and what a difference it makes for young girls to be involved in sports.
Absolutely. I believe that sports is really a platform for empowerment and equity for women, and it's just exciting to see you know, that all of that growing. You can see it day by day, just the excitement and the momentum. It's really, like I said, I feel I'm blessed to be a part of it.
Well, likewise, because also I think too, when you mentioned the life lessons, like the confidence that it would give you just growing up, playing sports, and the lessons that you learn, because I feel like everything that I take into life is like the little things I was learning in sports along the way.
Absolutely, like how to set a goal, how to
handle
work
failure,
hard to set a goal, how to get back up when you've been knocked down, what you learn from failing, how to be a good teammate, how to be a good leader, how to be persistent and resilient. All those things you learn by playing sports.
There's a 2-2 to Ian Happ. Let's see if Ian can provide you with your first home run call here, Laura.
Oh, here we go.
No pressure. What have you enjoyed being around the Cubs now all these years, and just sort of the hope? It's a big month coming up here for Cubs fans and Cubs baseball.
Yeah, well, it's been a thrill. It's been a really educational experience. It's been almost 15 years now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hey, all right. Ian Happ with the base hit.
All right, we'll take it. It's not the home run, but we'll take it. We'll take it.
Base runners are good. Hits are good. And this from Happ is good. He continues to stay hot. I mean, just look the way he keeps his hands tight inside the ball, able to drive this one. Pull it to the gap in the outfield. That's what you need, base runners. So Happ is on.
Don't know that he'll be named to the All-Star team, but he is starting to put things in place to be a second half of the season All-Star. And the Cubs again have a base runner. They scored twice in the third. Miguel Amaya with an RBI single, and then Nico Horner the sac fly. And here's Christopher Morel, who struck out his first time up.
What sports did you play growing up?
I played softball, was my #1 sport, of course. I was a softball all-star. I played basketball, volleyball, I was in track, I was in something all year round.
Morel.
Right.
Laura Ricketts is 2 for 2. And Morel, the stand-up double, and a pair in scoring position here for the Cubs, as now the middle of the order starts something.
This double is brought to you by Elgin Hyundai, home of the 20 years and 200,000-mile warranty on every new car. And Morel, good to see the pop in the bat. I mean, just turns on this one down the line. This is where a lot of his pop is going to come from. Yeah, he's got a quick bat, but when his timing is on, oh, a nice little jump over the bat as well. Missed that the first time, and he finds himself on 2.
So that's 5 hits in the last 9 plate appearances. And Red Star Mallory Swanson had the goal yesterday. Let's see what her husband Dansby can do here at the plate. How excited are you guys now to watch her in the Olympics this summer?
Oh, incredibly excited. And also Alyssa Nair, our goalkeeper,
That's
is
right.
going to be,
Yep.
she's the best in the world.
Yes, she is.
And they have a lot of youth on the team going over there. So, and I think they have a lot to prove. I think they have after their performance at the World Cup last year.
Yep.
So I think they're going to be really exciting to watch.
All right, a single for Happ, a double for Morel, both in scoring position. Swanson singled and scored his first time up. Tries to send another one the opposite way, and that'll reach the crowd.
I was going to say, Laura, you're not going anywhere. I mean, if this keeps happening.
That's fine. I'm happy to stay here all afternoon as long as we're getting runs.
They were hard to come by yesterday. And the Cubs trying to add to that 2-0 lead. What really excites you about, the growth of women's sports, both on television and monetarily speaking, right? I think the Disney folks are trying to get into the ownership group now and take over in LA, Angel City.
Yeah, I mean, especially the NWSL has really attracted some really great investors in the past couple of years. I think that's one of the things that made it interesting and exciting to me. Just how the league had some issues in the past with player treatment and how they turned that around. And the players themselves speaking up about what they need and how the respect they deserve and how they should be treated was really inspirational to me. And all of that together it was sort of a no-brainer in terms of investing in the Red Stars and investing in the NWSL.
All right, here's a 2-1 to Swanson. And now 3-1. With Mastroboni on deck, he also singled his first time up.
When you look around, does anything surprise you, especially if you've gotten more involved in like this guy in the Red Stars, or is there anything that you're proud of that they were already doing that you can capitalize on?
Yeah, I'll just say for both of them, I think, we knew just seeing, well, that's not the hit we wanted, but we'll take it.
Get a hit.
We'll take it. Just get on base.
Bases loaded.
Just showing the growth this year in attendance is really remarkable. Like, we had a goal for our game at Wrigley, for example, for the Red Stars. It was a goal. We didn't know, but I said we're going to set it high and we're going to do everything we can to do to get there. And we were really amazed. And then also, but the Sky has been selling out games this year, and it's just but also the energy of it has been really exciting. So I think that, I mean, I seen it happen so fast, I guess is what I would say, has been so incredibly exciting and a little bit surprising, just given that it's been sort of an evolution. But seeing that momentum pick up so quickly.
It's been a long fight, and then boom, all of a sudden coming out of the pandemic, really, the attention that the WNBA first started out with, and now it's spreading to the other sports. All right, here's Mastroboni, bases loaded. 2 outs. That one's onto the rooftop. The wind has picked up as well, the breeze blowing out. Miles not known for his power, but might be a little wind-aided situation to find some green grass. 1-2 pitch. Puts it in play, and to second base, Drury is there. So the Cubs will leave them loaded. But Laura Ricketts, thank you so much for joining us here in the broadcast booth.
So great.
Thank you both for being here and the work that you do.
Thank you.
All right, the Cubs
role models
still on top 2-zip as we head to the 5th.
Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America, Thursday on MLB Network.
All rise. Here comes the judge.
Judge is in a league of his own.
Aaron Judge is a special, special talent, man. I look at him like the best hitter in this generation.
And that one is gone!
See ya!
You come up here and you want to make a great impression. Hit every single at bat, really help the team.
Amazing performance by Judge.
He is everything that is good about the game of baseball.
Take on the Seattle Storm, presented by Wintrust. Tip-off is tonight at 5 o'clock right here on Marquee Sports Network. Oh, great to chat with Laura Ricketts. Talking some Sky, some Red Stars, some Cubs. Got NASCAR in town, busy weekend.
I love hearing her feedback and just her take on women's sports and the growth and what she's seeing. She's so involved, and they really are growing so quickly.
Hayden Wesneski back out there. He's retired 11 in a row after the single in the first inning to Brandon Drury. Trying to get through the batting order a second time. 5, 6, and 7 due up. He's just got the one strikeout, so he's been very democratic in letting his defense help him out.
That last half inning was 18 minutes, but with how fast these innings have been moving, that was one of the longer breaks. Half inning was moving. That one feels long.
A fly ball out to center. Bellinger's got it as we check in with Taylor McGregor.
Well, with Neto stepping into the batter's box, I want to bring back up Dansby Swanson, his relationship with Ron Washington. Being here in Chicago, one of the things that Wash really wanted was for Neto and Dansby to spend time together, because Wash says that Neto reminds him so much of a young Dansby Swanson. And one of the things that Wash will always say about growing as an infielder is you start getting your bachelor's degree, then you get your master's degree, and eventually get your PhD. Dansby has got his PhD. Neto is still working on his bachelor per Ron Washington. But there's so many similarities between the two is what Wash thinks, and so really wanted that moment to happen. I asked Dansby what the questions entailed. He said a lot of it is just talking about how amazing Wash is, but also just giving perspective on the position of, hey, you're not going to be perfect when you start. It takes time to evolve. So a lot of it was just encouragement of, hey, stick with it, and eventually everything will come together.
Neto steps in, a ground out to Dansby, his first time up. One of the cool things about being at the ballpark early that even fans can enjoy if you're observing is picking up on stuff like that. Conversations pregame, the sharing of information from these professionals one to another. Different types of workouts that players or as a team may do pregame. All kinds of interactions going on out there from guys just catching up that maybe haven't seen each other in a while, or interactions like the one that Taylor just described that can be so educational.
And so often you think it's mechanical, or it's all this nuance.
Ground ball down to Mastroboni. 2 out.
But really what you're describing there is just the mental side of the game. Just understanding, even we were talking about like handling failure, like how to go through the learning curves. But Ron Washington always has that valuable perspective. He has been around the game for so long. He has that, quote, old school approach. It was to Neto that he also had the advice when he's been struggling at the plate. Hey, get out of the iPad. You know what you're doing. It's kind of like the same advice defensively. You know the game. You're talented. Now you just have to develop the timing at this level. It's developing all the skills at this level, but you have the skills.
Wesneski gets the swing and the miss. The just piles and piles and piles of information that are available. Big part of that is what I call foraging, to figure out what is best for you, what suits your needs, you know, without getting overloaded with too much.
I think that's the key. That's what the great ones do. How do you filter down the information? What do I need? What works for me? And that's probably the hardest part, because you see great ones around you and you want to do what they're doing.
Moniak lined out to Ian Happ his first time up. Just the one hit today for the Angels. That was the second batter of the afternoon, Brandon Drury. And since then, a shutdown for Wesneski. The breeze is now turned on us. It's blowing back in. And a strikeout for Hayden. That's his second. Got him with the cutter. 2-zip Cubs.
How you get healthcare matters. That's why millions of guys trust Hims. For mental health, ED, and hair loss, Hims can help. Through a free online intake at hims.com, you can hear back from a licensed provider in hours instead of waiting weeks. Plus, through the app, you can control your shipping, access curated content, and message your care team at any time. Premium care, ultimate value. Find your doctor-trusted treatment 100% online. Get started today at hims.com.
How many pairs of Tecovas boots is too many pairs? Not sure. How much fun is too much fun? Find your next pair or two at Tecovas.
Ooh, that's a lovely view.
What are you two looking at?
Tip pick.
What did you say?
Tip pick. Tickets to the show with no hidden fees.
The salty air, the golden light, reflections of who you were, who you are, and who you're becoming. Luxury meets performance. Peter Millar.
Join the conversation on Intentional Talk.
I had a moment with a turtle. I was out snorkeling. He just turns right in the water and looks dead at my eyes. We like connected, and I was like, yeah, I got you, buddy.
Intentional Talk on MLB Network.
Great shot from our Megalodon camera. Women who work for the Chicago Cubs, Wintrust, the Bulls, the Red Stars, UNCF, Marquee Sports Network, and ESPN, all represented here at Wrigley for this historic day with our all-female broadcast. I'm Beth Mowins, along with Elise Menaker and Taylor McGregor down on the field this afternoon. Got a lot of women behind the scenes that do so many amazing things for us. Paula Skroba's up here in the booth. Takes care of a lot of different things for us. And there's a base hit, probably extras if Lamaya can crank it up, and he will. Heading for second. And on his return to the lineup today, Miggy is 2 for 2. And that day off has done wonders. Hey, there's Paula back there. Hello, Paula. Yes.
She does everything. Everything, you name it. Keeps us in check.
Yep.
Elise, get back. We need you here now.
Well done. Leadoff double for the Cubs. Back to the top of the order, and Nico Horner. That's Colleen Dempsey waving to us. So see where it says Colleen Dempsey, graphics operator? That's her responsibility. Our great middle bench there that takes care of all the graphics, and Colleen makes sure they pop in and pop out. The throw down, they tried to catch Amaya, able to dive back in. Two and one. Nico grounded out in the first, and then the sacrifice fly out to center field in the third. Chance for an RBI right here. Goes the opposite way, and a slow roller, but Amaya will hang at third base. Willie Harris putting up the stop sign. Nobody out, and runners on first and third. And of course, a special thank you making all this a possibility. Diane Penny, the Senior VP and GM of Marquee Sports Network. Thank you so much to Diane and all the amazing people behind the scenes that bring you Cubs baseball each and every day. The three of us were joking, you know, Mike Leary and Mike Fox are our producer and director, so we're not Charlie's Angels today. We're Mike's Angels? Mike and Mike's Angels.
I like it. That works. That's good.
So thanks to those guys.
And if you're wondering, we did get our picture. We did do that. So
that lives out there in the ether somewhere. Yeah. Here's Michael Bush. A couple of strikeouts for Michael. And both of those were looking as they check Horner. This is an interesting setup. The Cubs like to steal bases, but with a flamethrower and a good catcher, who wins the battle today if it comes up? Bush to the right side. That'll be deep enough to get the run in as the Angels turn the double play. Amaya comes in to score. It's 3-0 Cubs.
the ground ball there does the job. Sometimes it's not what you want when runners are on, but in that case, that'll do. Bush has been approached a little bit differently by Soriano. Early on, he saw the slider. He worked the knuckle curve against him his last at bat. Bush sat on the sinker there. So far, actually, each player has. Amaya, Horner, and then Bush did the same. It feels like that knuckle curve is not as sharp today, and that's why these hitters can try to take advantage more of that sinker. It's not keeping him as off balance.
Well, and that's the first we've seen of the double play, you know, with Soriano, a guy that is 61% ground balls, accustomed to 3 or 4 double plays per game. Cubs had been able to avoid it up to that point, and here's Cody Bellinger, a couple of grounders to first base. Tries to send it the opposite way, not deep enough. Guillerme, the third baseman, playing short. Side retired with another run up for the Cubs through 5, 3-zip.
You want to take a shot at the next level? Well, this is it. What you've been waiting for. All that work, the sweat, the sacrifice. It's not a question of can you do it, but can you do it when all eyes are on you? The greats know when it's time to shine. And your time is now.
That's the showcase, baby. Let it go.
It's the Perfect Game Showcase, where legends rise.
I knew that something was different. I knew it, I called it, and look what I found today.
It's Blue Chew.
Blue Chew.
Blue Chew?
Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew. Blue Chew. The holy grail This is the secret. If you don't know, now you know. You can get it on a subscription model, so men can get delivered every month. And for the ladies, let your man know, and you're welcome in advance.
We'll win the sixth inning. They've won every other inning so far today, and you looked at, I like that. This summer, you can knock it all out of the park every day with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. And right now, all customers, you'll get a boost or a bonus every single day, all summer long. All you need to do is this. Head over to the FanDuel app and do it immediately. Beth?
Thank you very much, Cole. All right, so Cliff, perhaps the challenge there is going to be the one hit for Bellinger, who just made the last out. He may only get up one more time. We'll
Believe,
Beth. He does, yes.
Believe.
Gotta have hope. Gotta have it. Adele smashes that foul. How about 14 in a row retired, and in the game, 15 of 16 for Wesneski. Just the one hit to Brandon Drury in the first inning. And here's Joe Adele, 8, 9, and 1 coming up. Hap back to the track. Got room to make the catch. One down. Hey, it's time for Taylor's most memorable moment working in sports, brought to you by Prevagen.
Well, I go back to 2022 Florida State. I worked this game for ESPN, and there were so many reasons this was memorable for me. My dad coached tight ends at the University of Florida in the early 90s, and so growing up, to me, Florida State was one of the biggest games every single season, and so I just couldn't believe that I was afforded the chance to work that game. It was a packed house at Doak Campbell Stadium in Tallahassee, Florida, and just one of those pinch me moments like, oh wow, I've dreamt of doing this, I'm here, and one of those moments I really had to soak in.
Yeah, that's a terrific rivalry in college football. That gets back into the crowd. Here's Guilherme. Grounded out his first time up. Actually hit off the hand of Wesneski and ricocheted to Swanson for a clean scoop. And Dansby able to get him out. Wesneski has been able to stay in the game, obviously. Inching towards another quality start. That would be the second of this series for the Cubs after the gem that Justin Steele was able to sling on Friday. Complete game 2 hitter. He called his favorite baseball moment.
Well, this has to just be such a confidence boost for Wesneski. So far, I mean, just retiring almost everyone, all but one. He's being aggressive in the zone, but missing outside of it. So far doing well, just keeping the ball in play in the park. And this is what you feel like when Wesneski knows himself as a pitcher. Like, this feels like this is who he knows he can be. He's been efficient.
Look at that.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that he's been getting ahead of so many hitters and we're seeing this result.
Yeah. The two are attached. This would be huge after the bullpen was busy yesterday, and then the day off tomorrow, and the scheduled starter for game 1 in Baltimore would be Shota, who may be the Cub headed to the All-Star game this year. Guilherme lifts that out to Ian Happ. 2 down. Time now for Elise's most memorable moment working in sports, brought to you by Prevagen.
So this was the day that I knew that I wanted to be a sports reporter. I was an intern at ABC here in Chicago. That's me in the background. I'm photobombing Mark Burley after his perfect game. So at the time, it was unfolding, and no one was there for ABC to get the interview. Dwight Payne, he has the camera. We still see him today. I do at this ballpark, and we talk about this day because we had to get Burley. There was scrum coming off the field. And this is a moment where I kind of became a fan. Well, you're not supposed to do that, Beth, because you got to get the interview. So he's like, hey, Elise, stick your mic in. So in the scrum, I'm trying to get Burley after his interview. I interviewed Dwayne Wise, who I think has the greatest catch of all time. And as they say, the rest is history.
That scrum, by the way, and people don't recognize, you know, whether it's you, whether it's Taylor McGregor, that sideline is the toughest job because you're right in the thick of it. I mean, you got to, you know, sharpen up your elbows. You got to you got to fight like crazy because Taylor, you can't go home without that sound.
Yeah, you can't. And there's certainly challenges, I think, in every single role, but there is sideline. We have to deal with the elements down here.
Yes.
You know, if it rains coming up, I don't have an umbrella.
Okay, all right. Well, hopefully it'll stay away for a little bit. But
let's hope.
Longer scrums, Taylor, you know, when you're holding the mic.
Yeah.
The way your arm hurts and shakes, that's no joke.
It's a workout.
It's a workout.
Little background, by the way, when you're on the sideline, not only do you need to know strategy and you need to know personnel, but you need to know, like, if the lights went out, who do I need to go talk to? If there's a weather delay, like, who's in charge of that at the stadium? You know, when you're down there, you got to be ready for an 80-degree day that can quickly become rainy and 50. So there's all kinds of other stuff around the game that are a part of that job.
Well, that's actually the part that I love about sideline is you're in the elements, you feel it, you get that environment.
How about a fly out, and another fly out, and it's a 1, 2, 3 innings, 17 in a row. Sit him down, Hayden Wesneski.
Join the conversation on Intentional Talk.
I had a moment with a turtle. I was out snorkeling. He just turns right in the water and looks dead at my eyes. We like connected, and I was like, yeah, I got you, buddy.
Intentional Talk on MLB Network.
It is the bottom of the 6th, and the Cubs are up 3-0 on the Angels. And Beth, you didn't think you were off the hook with this Prevagen memorable moment, did you? So let's hear from you about yours.
It had to be working with my buddy Rex Ryan on Monday Night Football back in 2017, the Chargers versus the Broncos. And certainly that was a lot of fun. You know, a dream come true growing up watching Monday Night Football and all the incredible up to that point men that had been in the booth over the years, and just to be a part of that legacy was a real cool moment. Certainly at Mile High Stadium, that'll always be a special place for me.
Well, Beth, you have been a part of a lot of firsts, and so thank you for that, for paving the way, and you just continue to do it.
I appreciate that. Here's Hunter Strickland. He's the new pitcher. Little sidebar, at that game, the Broncos were gracious enough to get tickets for my family, and they are all Chargers fans, and the Broncos were playing the Chargers, and with Denver leading throughout the fourth quarter, the Chargers made a charge, and my husband, who was wearing a Broncos t-shirt kindly given to us by the folks at Denver, jumps up and starts cheering during a Chargers touchdown, and the whole section around them was looking at him like he was crazy. But after a brief explanation, they all understood.
They were okay with
and let it slide. Yes. Here's Seiya Suzuki. 4, 5, and 6 for Chicago. Seiya ground out and a pop-up. So far this year, enjoying career highs in hard hit balls and exit velocity and barrels. Been getting after it of late with the 4 home runs in his last 10 games. Cubs saw Strickland a couple of days ago. Got hit off of him, but Hunter also had a strikeout and recording a couple outs. Gets the swing and miss. His first strikeout, 1 down.
Well, that's his specialty, that slider. It's got good spin today, and when it does, that's when he can be on it. It's different completely than what they just saw from Soriano. I think the Cubs did exactly what they needed to do against Soriano. Piece things together, put balls in play, sit back on that sinker. They were able to get 3 runs off of him.
Ian Happ singled his last time up. How about his work? Since May 26th, an OPS over 1,000 with 11 home runs. It had been prior to yesterday. Let's see if they can pick it back up here into the All-Star break. The heart of the order here, Bellinger, Suzuki, and Happ, had started to put things together prior to the shutout yesterday.
It's been really nice to see, especially Happ, the power from both sides of the play. We saw that in 1 game from him earlier this week. But that's more of what the Cubs want to see, that slug that it feels like they've been lacking a lot. They've kind of had a lot of 3 true outcomes. They're 6th in strikeouts in baseball, but they're 4th in walks. So they can find their way on base, but it's all been about that runners in scoring position and coming up those opportune moments.
Yeah, and with Ian Happ, Elise, he came into this season wanting to be better against the fastball. That was the focus for him this offseason, being on time for that pitch. He made a few mechanical adjustments, but then early he wasn't as good against the breaking ball and off-speed pitches. That's what's been better as of late. Not only has he been on the fastball, but now he's getting on top of the breaking ball and off-speed pitches, and it's all coming together for him. And sometimes homers come in bunches, and that's what we've seen lately.
Yeah, and especially when you're sitting on that fastball, and that's when you get your timing, then everything else starts to fall into place, because in the bigs, you got to be able to hit the fastball. So when you do that, confidence goes up, timing goes up. Now you're confident you can hit the velocity. You can always slow things down. You can always practice that timing to slow it down, but to speed it up, that's the harder one to do, and I would almost say it's really, you can't.
And he's able to draw the walk there to get on base. This is a big week, I think, ladies, for Ian Happ, whose batting average is what, maybe 200 points better at home.
Yeah.
So let's see if he can carry this through and really gain some confidence heading into the All-Star break, because the next 7 games here are on the road at Baltimore and St. Louis. One out base runner for Christopher Morel.
It's so interesting in this game. We have 2 of the faster swings in baseball, Christopher Morel and Joe Adell from the Angels. Quick bats. You can see it, I mean, with the naked eye for Morel.
Christopher sends it out to center. Moniak circles around and makes the catch. 2 down. Chase Happ back to first.
Located in the first row of the left field bleachers, the Hornitos Hacienda offers an incredible view of Wrigley Field. Be sure to bring your glove, as a Cubs player might provide a souvenir. For details, visit Cubs.com/premier.
Everybody loves a souvenir. Here's Swanson. Singled and scored in the third, and then Dansby walked in the fourth. One of 2 free passes today for the Cubs.
Oh, Taylor, are you good? It's raining.
Oh boy.
I am under
it has
shelter.
Just started.
It is starting to come down.
Oh yeah, poncho time.
Yep, get some cover.
My family, we would always get those at Disney World, and they have Mickey Mouse.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Cubs ones are nice.
Yes, they are. Necessary. Oh, we got this.
Sometimes that plastic doesn't come apart so easily. There he goes.
Oh.
This is the versatility of the Cub fan. You know, last couple of days we've seen the kids eating ice cream. Now it is it's a fight with the poncho.
I'm worried for his life right now. He needs to find the hole. There we go. All right.
It's got the pencil in the mouth there, trying to keep score at the same time.
The wind is making it difficult, you can tell.
There he goes.
We're set.
Ooh. Happ was taking off, and Strickland stepped off. Oh, he lost the battle.
What?
He lost the battle. I thought he had it. I thought it was on.
What happened?
Swanson. Grounder to Guillerme. He'll go to second. Side is retired. Hey, our fan of the game is brought to you by Mike's Hard Lemonade. Hard days deserve a hard lemonade, and that fella might need one. The poncho with the 1-0 win. Over.
Join the conversation on Intentional Talk.
I had a moment with a turtle. I was out snorkeling. He just turns right in the water and looks dead at my eyes. We like connected, and I was like, yeah, I got you, buddy.
Intentional Talk on MLB Network.
This is your captain speaking. We'd like to welcome you on board MLB The Show 24. Where gamers can play as their favorite baseball teams, create custom players, and even relive history with some of baseball's greatest legends. Now, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Can I play? Rated E for everyone.
The National League Rookie of the Year is Corbin Carroll.
This dude is an absolute beast.
He's got every tool. He's got the power tool.
Carroll has hit another one.
Runs like the wind.
Here goes Corbin. Go, Corbin, go.
He plays D.
Oh, he's got it. His signature play, that sliding grab.
Pound for pound, maybe the strongest player in the league.
It's been an incredible ride.
Out in the bleachers this afternoon, a 3-0 Cubs lead on the 6 hits. Pair of runs in the third inning generated by the bottom of the order. And then the Cubs tagging on another in the 5th. And the other big story of the day is Hayden Wesneski with the quality start here into the 7th, allowing just 1 hit and retiring 17 in a row. Low pitch count, efficient, just now going over 70 pitches on the day. And here's Brandon Drury, who has that lone hit, a single in the first inning.
In his last start, Hayden felt early that he didn't have command of that sweeper, but I think really from the start here, he's just done a really good job with it. He's mixed in the four-seamer and the sinker to play off of that. His location, I mean, we continue to see him miss on the edges. He has not missed much over the plate, if at all.
Drury skies that out to shallow left center, and Bellinger will call for it. One down. Host your next outing in a private suite located on the Wrigley Field suite level. This all-inclusive experience starts at 8 guests for select games. For details, visit Cubs.com/premier. Always a good way to watch the action. And the pitching performance today for Wesneski. Also noteworthy at the plate today, Dansby Swanson with a base hit, ending his drought. And then an extra base hit for Christopher Morel and Miguel Amaya, who both returned to the starting lineup today. A little something to hang your hat on. Here's Taylor Ward. 0 for 2. Struck out looking at a sweeper his last time up. Just a pair of those today for Hayden, and then a plethora of grounders and flyouts.
Well, this now is only the 4th time in this game that he has had a 3-ball count. He's been really efficient, getting ahead of hitters, been able to keep him on the attack.
And that hops up and gets through Mastroboni at third. And it's the first base runner since the first inning for the Angels.
And this is probably one that Mastroboni would say he'd like back. It kicks up on him a little bit, but his body is angled more towards the outfield as opposed to working across, being more aggressive on that ball. In essence, kind of letting the ball play him a little bit. And I think that hop wouldn't have popped up so much if he was just a little bit more aggressive coming across the diamond on it.
Error charge to Mastroboni. And here's Willie Calhoun. Pair of groundouts today for Willie. One to first, one to third. Similar to the Cubs story yesterday, the Angels yet to get a guy in scoring position with just the 2 base runners against Hayden.
And even right after the error, comes back, gets ahead on Calhoun, doesn't let it bother him, hasn't had anyone really besides one person, now 2 on base today, but continues to stay in his plan.
Looking for a nice little double play ball here. That hard hit one to Mastro, by the way, 94, the exit velo.
We talk about Miles Mastroboni. His best asset is his defensive versatility, and he has showed that the last couple games, especially behind Justin Steele, and his complete game. Made some spectacular plays, but he deserves credit for staying ready for this opportunity. He'll go around and take ground balls at all the different infield positions throughout the course of the season, almost every single day. But Dansby Swanson's been really important for him as well, learning the position, learning how to be good at infield in general, the steps that come along with it, how to field a ground ball, how to make different throws. There's so much that go into that, Elise, you know, and Miles deserves credit for staying ready for the opportunity.
Yeah, and especially because like there's different angles depending on the position he's at. That requires different footwork, like we just saw at third base. And something that I remember he told me in spring training.
They just call a balk?
All right, well, let's take a look at this. What do we see? Was it like the head moving?
So that'll put Taylor Ward into scoring position. And the count goes full to Calhoun.
He was starting his motion, and I just stopped, huh? Bach.
Let's see if he can regroup quickly here. And that is ball 4 to Calhoun. So the error gets Ward aboard, and now a walk. And here comes Craig Counsell. Into the 7th inning for Hayden Wesneski.
All rise. Here comes the judge.
Judge is in a league of his own.
Aaron Judge is a special talent, man. I look at him like the best hitter in this generation.
And that one is gone. See ya.
You come up here and you want to make a great impression. Hit every single at bat, really help the team.
Amazing performance by Judge.
He is everything that is good about the game of baseball.
Weekdays on MLB Network. Join the conversation with Kevin Millar, along with Sierra Santos and fellow World Series champion Ryan Dempster on the most unpredictable baseball show on TV. Intentional Talk. Weekdays only on MLB Network.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
Visit the Ryan Sandberg pop-up exhibit now through the end of August on game days at Gallagher Way. On display from Rhino's personal collection are all 9 of his gold gloves, all 7 silver sluggers, his champion trophy from the 1990 Home Run Derby at Wrigley Field, and more from his Hall of Fame career. For more info, visit Cubs.com/Sandberg pop-up. A little glimpse of inside.
Oh boy.
The gold gloves.
A lot of hardware. Great to see
hardware.
People taking pictures with the new statue.
Oh, yeah.
Here as well.
That was such a special day, a nice day, and to get to share with him. Unforgettable.
Off the end of the bat, Hodges' only play here is the scoop over to first. Ward and Calhoun will advance, 2 down. Great stuff inside the museum with Rhino.
That's beautiful. All of it.
So Porter Hodge, who comes on here in the 7th, he's held opponents scoreless in 5 straight outings, with 9 strikeouts during that stretch. There's the scheduled starter on Tuesday, Shota Imanaga.
It's fun to see them talking. I want to know what they're
Wesneski.
talking about.
And Hodge induces the fly ball, and that will end the threat. Well done by the Cubs bullpen. They've got the lead over.
Reese and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back, for it's root for the. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's get some more runs.
Angels as we head to the bottom of the 7th, and a pitching change for the Angels as they go to Matt Moore. 33 1/3 innings. And the 7 home runs allowed, 33% the ground ball rate for Matt, and he will face David Bodie, who was on to pinch hit for Mastroboni here. 8-9 in the top for the Cubs. David was the starter yesterday at 3rd, now coming on to swing late in this one. He's been good at the plate since his recall. Grounder to Neto at short. 1 down. Hey, how about our coverage cam, brought to you by T-Mobile, and that was the exchange a moment ago.
Here, I think they're talking about pitching, and no, Shota's teaching him. Here's how we pay respect.
Proper technique.
Nod.
See, even when it's not about baseball, it's still about mechanics. Look at
the form.
All about your form.
It's impressive. I mean, maybe it didn't need much language, but Shota doesn't always need the translator.
Universal.
Yeah. He's done a great job learning English.
Here's Miguel Amaya. Other good news to report. Poncho Guy, did you notice during the 7th inning stretch? Poncho Guy won. He lost the battle, but he won the war. He did get it on, yes. So good news there, because the rain
he couldn't live without it.
Continues to spritz. There he is. That away, baby. All right.
Just took a bit.
Yeah. And it looks like he helped out his buddy.
You're right, because he didn't have one on earlier either.
Got one too. Yes.
Yeah, life is better now.
Way to go, fellas. One, 2 to Amaya. Lifts that one out to left and in foul territory and out of play, and slamming into the wall was Taylor Ward. On the slide. Seems to be all right. Little limp.
It's padded over there, but we've seen time and time again this is still really hard. So the slide slows him down, but that cannot feel good. Yeah.
Well, it was right into where the door is as well, and Ward trying to shake it off. Of course, the last thing they need is to lose another star player. They're already down 3 with no Mike Trout, no Anthony Rendon, no Luis Rengifo, and now the rain is coming down hard here at Wrigley. Neto at short. 2 down. Here's a look at our Steinhoffel's upcoming schedule. Day off tomorrow as the team will travel to Baltimore, square off for 3 games with the Orioles. Those are all night games, and then 4 in St. Louis, including that doubleheader on Saturday, a little night day action for you. And that'll get us to the All-Star break. After that, the Cubs are home for the first 6, including a 3-game set with Milwaukee. Now more and more ponchos.
Yeah, can't blame them.
Showing up. Yeah, it's raining pretty good.
Nico's not even stepping out of the box. He's like, let's go.
Yeah, no need for the pitch clock here. A single today for Nico, also a sac fly. And Horner draws the 2-out walk. Third one today, drawn by the Cubs.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Are we good? All right. You're good.
Keeping the hat and glasses on is always a challenge.
We got you. You're good.
There's Michael Busch. He's going to stay in that batter's box, too.
Yeah, and I'm going to take until Moore shows me that he's got a grip and that he can be throwing a strike. Oh, wow. This is another approach. Yeah.
Shirt is off, but the glove is still on. That kid on the
He's
far
not
left
messing
there,
around.
he knows there's still a chance.
He's like, guys, fine, I'll take my shirt off, but if the ball comes out here, I have to be
we
ready.
still got a game going on here.
Let's go. Let's get it together. I'm sure that helps. The shirt over the hat. Yeah, definitely.
There's a strike at 92 miles an hour on the 4-seamer, 2-1. Michael, a couple of strikeouts and has hit into a double play. Again, he has reached in 25 straight games. That's the best active number. Second best is Bryce Harper at 21. That's 25 straight starts. Had a single yesterday. Runner goes, Busch, well struck, deep right field, back it goes, and it's out of here. 2-run home run, Michael Busch. And the streak continues another day.
It's raining bombskis, and Michael Busch pulls this one to right, hits it out. It's the home run replay brought to you by Toyota, the official vehicle of the Chicago Cubs. Busch has always been really good early in the count. He's only got 1 strike, so he's still looking to be aggressive. That's exactly what he does. Turns on this one. That's where the power is going to come from, and no doubt.
What a nice reward for the folks that have stayed in their seats. Over 34,000 strong today at Wrigley. And it's 5-0.
Well, and lately, this is what we have seen the Cubs do, is add on. So they score early, they continue to score, and with 2 outs especially, I mean, now that walk from Horner becomes even bigger because he's got Busch behind him. Busch takes advantage. Earlier in the game, you had bases loaded. All of that was done with 2 outs. They couldn't come through, but here you can have some fun and enjoy it.
His 11th of the season. Remember, he had that stretch in April with a home run in 5 straight games. And the Cubs are celebrating some slug as Bellinger fouls it off. A couple of ground outs and a pop-up for Cody. Bellinger reaches and lifts that one out to center. Side is retired, but a 2-run shot from Michael Busch.
Michael Busch going long. He says we're not done scoring.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
Weekdays on MLB Network. Join the conversation with Kevin Millar, along with Sierra Santos and fellow World Series champion Ryan Dempster on the most unpredictable baseball show on TV. Intentional Talk. Weekdays only on MLB Network. From the day's first pitch to the night's final out, MLB Network sets the stage for fans every day.
So it'll be interesting to watch what happens here
all season long. See the players who are making a statement.
Hey, let's check out the board, folks.
With live games every week.
Inside the park we go.
Cutting-edge baseball chatter. Plus highlights, analysis, and live look-ins on MLB Tonight. MLB Network. The game is the star.
Live fully and make the most of every moment, game day and every day. And by Toyota, official vehicle of the Chicago Cubs. Oh, yeah, Elise, your road to the big leagues went through AAA, didn't it?
My road to Wrigley. Got to give Alex Cohen a shout out. That was our first game together in Iowa. He has always been so supportive. And I can't thank him enough for that, because when you're just starting something new and taking on a new role, partner, OG partner.
Way to go, Alex.
Means a lot. Yeah. That was me as a news reporter in Columbia, Missouri. The other pictures. So that was my first job.
Did you do news and weather first? I started out in news as well to get my foot in the door.
So by default, when you do news, you're usually covering weather.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, good point. Good point.
But technically just news. But I'd be out there with the camera, shooting my own stuff, editing it. Oh yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah, for so many of us, a job in television starts in smaller markets and paying your dues to work your way up. Hey, how about the McDonald's McNugget of the game today?
And?
Shout out Michael Bush. He is the Cubs leader in OPS. How about that, the last rookie Cub to do that? 1921.
That's crazy.
Ray Grimes.
Yeah, he has been so consistent and consistent with his approach. You know, he trusts it.
Boniak to Michael Bush. Hey, how far did that home run ball go, by the way?
How far did it travel? 379 feet.
Ooh,
102.4.
and how fast?
102.4 off the bat.
Out to right field. Tacking on 2 runs for the Cubs in the bottom of the 7th.
As much as we talk about his hitting, and rightfully so, he's also improved a lot at first base. Council has talked about first being a very nuanced position. A lot of instinct it requires there. It can be kind of awkward. You know, I played first for a little bit. I mainly a third baseman, but I would put it first at times. It feels different. And like Council says, it's the position where you feel you're at the base the most, you're thrown at the most. And so that just takes a lot of reps and experience, and even how to judge ground balls, when to be aggressive.
Joe Adele. Hap. That'll stay in the yard. 2 down to Taylor McGregor.
Quickly back to Michael Bush, his offensive numbers for this season. Look where he ranks in the National League on base, slug, OPS. I mean, the numbers, some of the best in the National League. And I bring this up because yesterday I was talking about how I was reading an article from Ken Rosenthal in The Athletic, and he was talking about players who he believes will make the National League All-Star team. And Michael Bush was the guy who he just left off his list. But you could make a case he deserves to go.
Absolutely.
I mean, we'll see how it all shakes out, but he's certainly on the bubble there, and the numbers have been really good. He was off to that hot start. He cooled off a little bit, but he's been heating up as of late. So those collective numbers are pretty impressive.
Yeah, playing his way into the Rookie of the Year chatter. Terrific January pickup from the Dodgers is Michael Busch, and his home run has padded the lead. And the shutout continues for the Cubs. Beautiful shots from our
Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America, Tuesday on MLB Network.
This is your captain speaking. We'd like to welcome you on board MLB The Show 24. Where gamers can play as their favorite baseball teams, create custom players, and even relive history with some of baseball's greatest legends. Now, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Can I play? Rated E for everyone.
From the day's first pitch to the night's final out, MLB Network sets the stage for fans every day.
So it'll be interesting to watch what happens here
all season long. See the players who are making a statement.
Hey, let's check out the board, folks.
With live games every week.
Inside the park we go.
Cutting-edge baseball chatter. Plus highlights, analysis, and live look-ins on MLB Tonight. MLB Network. The game is the star.
Chicago Cubs baseball on Marquee Sports Network is brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. Find the dealer nearest you at buyhyundai.com. By Wintrust, proud legacy partner of the Chicago Cubs and exclusive home of Cubs checking. And by UI Health, changing medicine for good. Taylor McGregor on the job over the years and on your television set right now.
Man, good times. I started my career in Casper, Wyoming, so all of us had to go to small markets, and I just think about dreaming of doing something like this. So I'm just so thankful. I know this day for me feels so much more about you guys because you're the ones breaking glass ceilings, and I just feel so thankful to be a part of it. So thank you for letting me be here and doing the job that I get to do every day, but having you guys here is awesome.
Been a lot of fun on our broadcast today. With Taylor, I'm Beth Mowins, Elise Menaker upstairs, Seiya Suzuki in the batter's box. 4, 5, and 6 for the Cubs here in the 8th. Enjoying the 5-0 lead.
And women supporting women. Jenny Kavnar tweeting this: when my first professional broadcast was working with Beth Mowins 2 decades ago. She gave me a seeing is believing that I held on to for a long time. Can't wait for her, Elise Menaker, and Taylor to do their thing today. Jenny, of course, becoming full-time play-by-play announcer for the A's. Big deal across baseball.
Opening a new door.
First woman. Appreciate her support. Means a lot, as she probably had to go through a lot of stuff that we've all felt at times.
Very cool.
And cool moment, just to connect it all together. I was a part of the first television broadcast she did for the Rockies. I was a sideline reporter in 2018. So full circle for me to see her get the job in Oakland, and the fact that she worked with you, Beth, and at least I know you've met her before as well. So it's a great community, and happy for Jenny. Can't wait to see where she continues to go and grow in that role. She's worked really hard, so.
And she's so kind.
So kind, and it's been so helpful to me. I remember her taking me.
You okay? You good? Are you alive?
I'm alive.
Hello?
I remember her taking me into the Major League clubhouse for the first time as the reporter, and her telling me, hey, do this, don't do that. And just having somebody to bounce things off of was so important. Those are the things about the job that you don't realize until you do it every single day. There's challenges that come along with it.
Yeah, that can be an intimidating environment, can be daunting at times. And you play through. Great to see, you know, Jenny, I love to see more and more women in play-by-play. Lisa Byington here in the Midwest does a ton. As Suzuki is able to draw the leadoff walk. That is the 4th today for Cubs hitters. How about our game summary brought to you by Wintrust? A gem from Hayden Wesneski got into the 7th inning, allowing just the 1 hit and only 1 walk before handing it over to the bullpen. And Michael Busch, the 2-run home run in the 7th inning. So now he has reached safely in 26 straight starts. That's tops right now in MLB. Crazy sometimes how this game works out. So the last game against the Phillies, the first game against the Angels, 8 of the 9 Cubs reached base. Then yesterday they get shut out, and now back to it today. 8 of the 9 in the lineup have reached base. And the production in the 3rd inning, Elise, came from the bottom of the order. In the 5th inning, it came from the top. And again in the 7th. Been spread out. 7, 8, 9 have all scored runs today.
And with 2 outs in the 7th. So not just the idea continuing to add on throughout a game, but using every single out. Just be competitive in your at-bats. And I think we're seeing that a little bit more and more frequently with the Cubs over the last few days, week or so. Estevez is normally the closer for the Angels. I think it's probably needs some work.
And this one won't have quite the distance, but almost a collision before Moniak took charge late. 1 down.
This one in the air. Windy, the rain it seems to have died down and really took both the verbal communication and the handout. So Moniak taking charge out there in center field. Really good defender, trying to put it together offensively. Very athletic out there.
Here's Christopher Morel. Doubled in the 4th. The 5 runs coming on 7 hits today. The skies have lightened a bit now. Looks like the rain has ceased. Cubs trying to close this out and win a series for just the 3rd time since early May. A win today would also avoid falling into a tie for their low point this season at 9 games below 500, which happened earlier this week. As Morel strikes out swinging, 2 down. Helps when you get a QS, Elise.
That's always a nice tone setter. This quality start is brought to you by National Car Rental. Control confidence. Hayden Wesneski, just 1 walk today, really in control the entire time because he would get ahead with first pitch strikes. Very few, I think it was 4 in all, even just 3-ball counts. Putting that walk there. Sweeper was on. That's on.
Dansby Swanson.
Oh.
Deep. Looked like it was gone, and it will stay in the yard. The anticipation got me around Wrigley that one was going. And Dansby can't believe it either.
So that's how they're so productive. They use Fiverr. Look how quickly they find freelancers. So simple.
Yeah, but why are they working in the dark?
Grow your business easily with freelancers. Fiverr.
How many pairs of Tecovas boots is too many pairs? Not sure. How much fun is too much fun? Find your next pair or two at Tecovas.
Learning to invest with Greenlight has really paid off.
Huh. Reminds me of how I learned about investing. Yeah, I never learned about investing.
Is there water in this thing?
Bring your family into the financial future.
With the Game Time app, I paid 60% less than this guy.
What?
And it's not just sports tickets. It's also concerts.
Performances, too!
Oh, come on!
Download Game Time. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Can't recall another baseball game where emotions ran so high. There it is! Fly ball to deep right field. It's out of here! It's gonna go!
What a play by Aaron Judge!
Bob Curcio Auto Group. You're going to like buying a car this way. And by Northwestern Medicine. When it comes to your health, a second opinion is always a good idea. Get yours at Northwestern Medicine. Oh, a glimpse behind the curtain. That's out in our production truck. And just prior to that, you saw what we call the rundown, which is what we do as a production. Our producer, Mike Leary, says, here's what we're going to talk about. And we say, hey, here's what we'd love to talk about in the open of the show. We get together. All right, let's put it on paper, and we can all follow along and help us prepare for the open in the broadcast. A little behind the scenes for you as Luke Little comes on. 28th appearance. As we head to the ninth, the Cubs 3 outs away from a win and a series win. They'll have to do it against the top of the order. Shawnoel, Drury, and Ward due up. A terrific start today for Hayden Wesneski. A home run, 2-run shot for Michael Bush. Horner and Amaya adding RBIs. And a chance for some good feelings in this final home game before the All-Star break. Day off tomorrow, then 7 games on the road into the break.
This has to be an uncomfortable at bat for Shawnoel, the left on left, but also the extension that Little gets, the velocity on his fastball. Shawnoel actually has one of the slowest swings in baseball. So he's gonna have to, he's choking up here with 2 strikes.
Nolan's 0 for 3 today. Drury with a single in the first, and that has been it. 2 other base runners reaching on an error and a walk in the 7th. And 1 down. Time now for Rolaids relief stats. So even though Luke Little is the guy that comes on in the 9th, there was a bit of a buzz because this guy was also out in the bullpen. Hunter Biggie just called up from AAA, Elise, and he throws smoke.
Yeah, he sure does. I got the scouting report from my OG partner in Iowa because he was seeing him a bunch. I mean, he is topped out at 100.4 miles per hour, and this is someone who was in AAA last year, goes back down to AA.
Bodie, 2 down.
And persevered and just decided enough is enough. I'm better than this. Gotta just believe, and the belief has gotten into the bigs.
No, maybe we'll see him later in the week. On their feet at Wrigley. 1 out away from the series win. Don't forget tonight, the Chicago Sky take on the Seattle Storm, presented by Wintrust. Tip-off at 5 o'clock right here on Marquee Sports Network. Oh, 2.
It's been a really good crowd here this week, and even through the rain to finish it out here, you can hear it.
Bodie, that's on the chalk, and that's a fair ball. Hopped up on him, and the Angels have a 2-out base runner. Score that one a single for Taylor Ward. And our pinch hitter coming up, it's Kevin Pillar.
That one just hops over the bag. Bodie trying to be aggressive and playing it. Ball is fair. He just went over the bag. Ward look.
It might be an offshoot of his collision with the wall out left. He did not look comfortable going down to first base.
I agree.
And it looks like he's going to come out for a pinch runner. Keston Hiura will come out here to run. As the Angels try and threaten late, Luke Little looking to shut the door. With the pinch hitter Kevin Pillar. Cubs trying to lock up their first shutout win since May 18th. That one just missed, 2-0.
According to the box.
That one didn't just miss.
I'm tapping, tapping the hat. That challenge system.
Doesn't get the call there from Lance Barksdale. That one's a no-doubter.
He made sure of it this time.
Four-seamer at 96. Ground ball back up the middle. And the Angels have a couple on base with 2 outs. Back-to-back infield hits.
If somehow that could have been an out, that would have been a fun way to end it. Nico going all out. Good timing on the dive. Tries to shuffle it over to Dansby, but they're all just too far away. But that's fun. Good effort.
Nice try there from Nico. Here's Logan O'Hoppe. 0-1. After just the 1 hit through 8 innings, a couple of infield singles here in the 9th.
On brand for Little, just getting ground balls. So keeping it on the ground. Probably the last hit One that just found the right spot, but all the others playable.
Ooh, way in. As O'Hoppe goes down.
And that's just coming at you fast, trying to react.
This tie, 3-1.
Little doesn't have to do too much here. Came in hard. Steamer.
O'Hoppe appears to have something in his eye. He steps out, calling the late timeout. Here comes the 3-1 from Luke Little. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded. And a sense of unease has Craig Counsell up and out of the dugout. And a call to the bullpen.
How you get healthcare matters. That's why millions of guys trust Hims. For mental health, ED, and hair loss, Hims can help. Through a free online intake at hims.com, you can hear back from a licensed provider in hours instead of waiting weeks. Plus, through the app, you can control your shipping, access curated content, and message your care team at any time. Premium care, ultimate value. Find your doctor-trusted treatment 100% online. Get started today at hims.com.
Have you heard? Soda's not a dirty word anymore. Introducing Poppy, the best thing to happen to lemon lime since, well, lemons and limes. It's the iconic, refreshing flavor you crave, but with 3 grams of sugar. Real lemon, real lime, real juicy flavor. The future of soda is now, and it's called Poppy. Poppy, soda's back.
When it comes to tickets, pick TickPick. You're picking the best prices guaranteed, with no hidden fees ever. Pick from thousands of live events. No hidden fees, more savings. Download the TickPick app.
Join the million-plus fans who have made game days more entertaining by playing along on Underdog. Basketball fans from all over the United States have won over $1 billion. Underdog Fantasy, calling all dogs.
So the bases are loaded with 2 outs here in the top of the 9th, and Hector Neris will come on, the 4th pitcher of the day for the Cubs, to try and lock this down and preserve the shutout, which would be a first since early May.
Nothing has come easy for the Cubs. It certainly felt like going up 5-0 into the 9th. They could get comfortable. It was Little who got a little too fine there at the end, so now Neris coming in to try to close things out.
A couple of singles and a walk here to load him up with 2 outs. And it's Zach Neto. 0 for 3. This would be a save situation now for Neris. That tying run in the on-deck circle. Boy, that Michael Busch 2-run home run in the 7th feels a lot better right now.
Does.
That hit Eric Young. He's shaking it off. He's okay.
I'm in pain. Oh, just watching that.
Oh, man, he had no chance.
That was ripped.
All right, down to their final strike. Neris, the strikeout with the bases loaded to end the threat. Cubs win, and Cubs win the series.
Well, Neris comes in, throws strikes, finishes it. With the splitter, that's enough. That'll do it. Maybe a little closer than needed or wanted, but the job is done.
Well, go Cubs go, as they fly the flag. Toast to the Game is brought to you by Benny's Beverage Depot. If you can't find it at Benny's, it's probably not worth drinking.
And you bet it's going to Hayden Wesneski. He goes 6 1/3, just gives up 1 hit, no runs, only had 1 walk, and got a couple of strikeouts. The sweeper was sweeping. All of his pitches, really, he just had command of. He was getting ahead early in counts. That kept him in command with the confidence. No long balls today. That's also got to be a confidence boost. So good day for Hayden Wesneski.
2 quality starts in this series for the Cubs. Hayden gets one today. If you can't find it at Benny's, it's probably not worth drinking. The dub is out for the Cubs win. For Elise Menaker, Taylor McGregor, and our entire crew, I'm Beth Mowins. Thanks for watching Chicago Cubs baseball here on Marquee Sports Network. Your final score, the Cubs get the shutout, 5-0 over the Angels. Tomorrow, an off day before.
Since its inception, the Boys and Girls Clubs have been more than a fun place for kids to go after school. For some, it's been a second home, where they can learn, play, and grow. Thanks to the partnership between Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs, children of all backgrounds have access to safe spaces. All right, let's go take a selfie. MLB Together and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, empowering children and building futures. Bring it in.
And Elise and Taylor did on today's broadcast. It brought the good juju. The Cubs coming away with the win as they now move to 25-21 at Wrigley, and it's also a special day for another reason. But you have to stick around because we're going to let you know on the flip side. Cubs Postgame Live right after this.
Oh, prom day is July 16th and the 17th. Well, all these.
Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America, Thursday on MLB Network.
The power of baseball goes beyond the field.
It starts with kindness, reaching out a helping hand. Even the smallest gestures mean the world to a lot of people.
Stand up to cancer.
Together.
Together.
Together. Together.
From the day's first pitch to the night's final out, MLB Network sets the stage for fans every day.
So it'll be interesting to watch what happens here.
All season long. See the players who are making a statement.
Hey, let's check out the board, folks.
With live games every week.
Inside the park we go.
Cutting-edge baseball chatter. Plus highlights, analysis, and live look-ins on MLB Tonight. MLB Network. The game is the star.
So the Cubs, they needed a win today to nail down their third series W over the last 10 such. And, well, they went out there and they tapped into Hayden Wesneski. He went out there and tapped into his inner dog. You see him right there? A nice slow stroll out there to the hill, and then he began his day of work. Not a whole bunch when it came to the swing and miss, just 2 punch-outs. However, a 6 1/3, 0 earned, sprinkling in just 1 free pass, and then get plays like this made.
I got it.
Tons of wind in your sails. That would be his day for the day. That would open the door for Porter Hodge. He would come in and cross T's, dot I's as the rain would come down sporadically. And with that said, this is our Circus Sports Illinois studios, and this also is your favorite show's favorite show. It's Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Cole Wright. You know that man right there. He needs no introduction, but I'll do it just for fun. It's the 17-year veteran Cliff Floyd, and Cliff, for the Cubs to go out there, get themselves a win, not only in the game, but the series as well. Ahead of an off day, the hot dogs, they're going to taste like porterhouse steaks.
Will they?
I would hope so. That's what Sarge always says.
It was a must
They're eating steak tonight. Sarge, hopefully you're watching, because you know good wins translate into steak dinners.
They need to give me a Kango.
Okay.
You know what? Right? Top back.
Sarge may have the plug.
I mean, he definitely got the plug. He's
does.
definitely in Philly. It's down there on one of those streets that we walked down. But I think when you look at today, the bounce back was real. We talked about the must-win series, and I think they had the right guy on the mound. He pitched, for me, he pitched angry with a chip on his shoulder. I don't know what the chip is. We're going to find out maybe a little bit later, you and I, what the chip was on Hayden's shoulder. But he pitched with, like, that's aggression.
Could the chip maybe have been from maybe some long ball shrapnel, because he was giving up a few over his last few outings? And one thing we talked about today, his ability to minimize that home run ball. He must have hurt us. Must have watched Cubs live.
Well, you know what? His last start gave up 5 runs, right? And then you think about this, is probably his second best start of the season, going back to May. And when you go out there and everything is comfortable, everything is flowing off the fingertips, everything seems like, the poise was there. It just seemed like even when he took that comebacker off his hand, he waved off Craig and the training staff like, man, get out of here. I got this. Give me the ball and get out the way for the rest of the day. And I just thought he pitched great. I mean, without that error, nobody had reached base after the first inning to the 7th, right? So it just lets you know how important it is for guys to go out there and work in between starts and give yourself a chance to go out there and be as great as he was today, because I thought he pitched the gym.
Now, you always talk stories about the guys like Marquise Grissom that would just show you the way.
Yeah.
Do you think that Justin Steele could have showed the way for Hayden Wesneski? We saw him with his first career CG just the other day. Then the very next day, he gets his own bobblehead, Old Glory draped over the shoulders, cowboy boots, and Hayden said, I would like my own bobblehead once upon a time, too, so maybe I need to go out there and pitch like Steely.
Yeah, I think you have to sort of lean on all your guys, right? I think even listening to Justin talk yesterday when we had him on the desk, he was like, look, man, we all are pulling for one another. We all are trying to help one another. They go down to the bullpens, and in between starts, you get a chance to tinker and figure out things, and some guys don't. Porter Hodge said, I don't do anything. And then some guys go, look, something just is not right. Whether it might be my body language. It might be just, me not looking comfortable or feeling comfortable on the mound or whatever the case may be. But once you sort of hone in on it and get a grasp of what you're doing, you can go out there and be yourself. And I thought today he was himself. What we saw a couple years ago in spring training, we can go back that far because in spring training, he was sure of himself because we saw it in the results. And results don't lie. So I think what's going on with the team and the moving parts has put him in a position where he's trying to say, hey, look, I don't want to be down in the bullpen. I think he belongs, in his mind, in the rotation. And this is how you let them know that you belong in the rotation. Go out there and pitch the way he pitched today.
And with Hayden Wesneski's performance today, why are we seeing that two things you can control, mindset, attitude, and effort, really come to the forefront? Because today, his attitude looked fantastic. His effort, it looked like a Kings version. And you see right here inside the start, retired the leadoff batter. Oh, Cliff, that's what you want to do. Getting that first out to start the frame, all important. And that's what he went out there and did. First pitch strikes to 17 of 22. So if he had to lay that blueprint out there, say he's like Mike Brady, he leaves them on a roller coaster back in the day. Remember the Brady Bunch and he had to fish those blueprints back? Oh, yeah. Okay, say Hayden's like, okay, this is what my blueprint looks like. I want to make sure I can get that first out of the inning, and I want to make sure I start each and every single hitter off first pitch strike. And he stuck to that game plan.
He really did. I mean, he threw a couple of those pitches right there. First strikes. I mean, that was a strikeout pitch, but he got in on guys. The elevation of the fastball, we won't get into that when we do our breakdown. So all the things that, when you set up for as an opposing team, you go out there and go, hey, y'all told me he wasn't sufficient. Y'all told me that his stuff wasn't this good. Well, his stuff is that good when he goes out there and trusts that he can throw those pitches in any different count. That's the difference with him today. He only had one walk. But, we've seen this over the course of the season, not just with the Cubs starters, with anybody. You walk leadoff guys, they're typically scoring, right? So I just love how he went out there. Velo was up 94, 95. I got some, little stats here. Free and easy delivery. Like all those things, when you free, it frees you up to be what you need to be for that day. I think, for me, when I was in the box and I saw a guy that was just out there and, rubbing the baseball up,
tight muscles,
himself tight and not sure of himself, those are the guys that made the mistakes. He minimized his mistakes today.
And when you're tense and those muscles are tight, that is when you will get the least amount of results. And today, Hayden Wesneski, like you said, free and easy, long and loose, went out there and got the Cubs back in the win column. 6 1/3, 86 pitches, 53 strikes, and he also got some help from the Cubs bats. Michael Busch, he continues to run roughshod over the opposition. Another game, reaching base safely, because that's what he's been, an on-base machine so far. And for today, he said, I'll reach base, but I want to touch all four of them, all about the pillows. So let's go Blue Cross Blue Shield, sound up. It's Michael Busch, the Mountain Man, catching up with T-Mac. Go, you two.
Thanks so much, Cole. Big homer for you today. When things have gone well for you at the plate this season, how would you describe what's working?
Just staying in the zone and, just attacking and, ending the at-bat on a pitch I want to end the at-bat on, which is easier said than done, but trying to do it as much as possible.
Over halfway through the season, have you reflected at all on the season you're putting together?
Just trying to take it day by day and just trying to learn from some of these guys that have been doing it for a while. Just the consistency of the year and the ebbs and flows, ups and downs. Kind of used to it, but not, some of these guys have been doing it. So just trying to take it in and just try to take it day by day.
What stood out to you about the way Hayden Wesneski attacked today?
It was awesome. I felt like he commanded his fastball and slider so well and just, got ahead, got strike one, and went from there.
What does a series win mean for this team?
It's big. I think just, putting together, win after win, series after series, just trying to win the series. Series are tough to win in this league, and the more you can win, the better you'll be.
Thanks, Michael. Cole?
Well, the Cubs, they were at their best today, going out there and getting that win. And Michael Busch, his bat, was part of the rudder that steered that ship into port. And we know that he has now reached base in 26 games straight. And for him to put the team on his back, especially in the late goings of this one with that bottom of the 7th home run, this guy starting to come into his own, Cliff.
Yeah, had a really great June, right? Hit close to 300. And I think when you look at July, he's sitting around 367. But that's after a tough May. Right, so these are the trials and tribulations. These are the roller coasters that you go through, especially as a rookie trying to, get your feet up under you and trying to be consistent in the lineup. But this is what you like, Cole, because we talked about it. He does not want to be a platoon player. So what do? You hit homers off lefties. You get a big knock yesterday. So all these things just lead up to him, you know, growing, understanding that he belongs in the big leagues, and not afraid of the big moment. That's what it boils down to me. I mean, when you're leading the team in the OPS, this is all-time rookies. It's not just this year. This is all-time.
It's
right?
pretty good.
I mean,
especially
you going back
when
to 1921.
you don't recognize any of those names.
Man.
Yeah, 1921, the most recent
1876?
That's quite some time ago. Good old Ray Grimes, Charlie Holisher, making sure we get the pronunciation right on that one. But either way, there's no discrepancy when it comes to Michael Bush. We call him the Mountain Man for a reason, and for him to take shape right now for Craig, when sometimes other guys are scuffling, but everyone's trying to find their footing, certainly a feather in the cap for the skipper.
Yeah, he's making Craig look good with the decision he made to come out of spring training with him. But also inserting him into the 2-hole, I think, allows him to be ready in the first inning, knowing he's going to hit. I think it's a good spot for him, and he's finding himself. Tough day today early on. 2 strikeouts, taking 2 sliders. And, you know, sometimes the book is, you know, backdoor slider him. He'll take it. And he looked at him because, you know, for whatever reason. But these are moments you stay the course.
Sure.
You know, you stay on your grind. You know exactly what's going on in every situation. You don't give away any at-bats. And that was a big 2-run homer because when you look at the Angels, they load the bases at 9th. They were threatening. Right? So you're threatening in the 9th. You get those 2 extra runs. So to alleviate a little bit of that pressure.
Yeah, zero reluctance to put Michael Bush in that 2-hole from Craig Counsell, and it has certainly paid off for the skipper. Also, he has no fear turning to Hayden Wesneski, and we saw that once again today. He was the man out there on the mound, and he certainly delivered. Tim L. That's right. Happy for Hayden Wesneski.
Me as well,
deserved a game like this, not to be confused with Tim V, our jib worker right there, Tim Valentine, holding it down with fantastic camera work. And Craig, fantastic decision. So here he is. He has more on today's starter, Hayden Wesneski.
The big thing was just like strikes, like you said, on the attack. And so, you know, he made him put the ball in play. I think 1 walk, which is, you know, getting into the 7th inning with 1 walk, and that made him super efficient with his pitches. And I think that's something Hayden's, you know, very capable of doing. And his mindset of just being on the attack, I think, is always going to help him.
You know what, like Amaya was, what he guys spent, the details of what he was spending his time doing these last 3 days?
Yeah, just some changes with his approach, kind of like, well, just some mechanical changes, I think would be a better way to say it. So he's tried some new stuff today, and obviously hit a ball really hard for the double. So, you know, some confidence that it can give him some success in the game, and see how it moves forward.
Winning a series, you know, talk about how important that is, not only for it, you know, in the record book, but, you know, for your guys' you know, your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we need to start doing. We need to win series, and that's kind of the goals you put in front of yourself every 3 days, every 4 days. We won a series, and we're going to go play a really good baseball team now in Baltimore. Be a challenge, but that's kind of the mindset we have to put ourselves in.
Nice to see Michael's home run, to be able to add on and kind of build some cushion there.
Yeah, I mean, those are big swings just to give you that cushion, and it changes. Like the 9th inning would have been a completely different inning with, you know, with a 3-run lead or a 5-run lead. So those are big swings, huge swings.
So good to see Dansby with a base hit and then a ball that most days would be a home run here.
Yeah, I thought Dansby had good at-bats today. I thought, again, he played really good defense. So, you know, the ball off Wes's hand was a great play. It was a heck of a play he made. And through all this, he's continued to play incredible defense. But, yeah, he had good at-bats today.
Kind of remind Wesneski not to do that again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure the reminders help. It's a pretty instinctual reaction, but it got him pretty good. And there was some. I was concerned because he was, you know, how it got him. It got him pretty flush, but he obviously didn't affect him, and he did really well moving forward.
We've talked about Wes and just kind of his path, which is kind of typical of a young pitcher trying to establish himself. But what have you thought of the way he's handled going to the bullpen, adjusting to that role, stepping up in spot starts when you need him this year, and kind of.
Yeah, you know, more than that, I mean, that's been great how he's handled that, but just him being out there, I think he's learning about himself, and the more we can get him out there, like you just learn about yourself. You learn about who you are as a pitcher. You learn about maybe mistakes you make, how to fix yourself quicker, how to fix yourself kind of mentally on the mound quicker when things don't go your way. And that's a young pitcher has to go through that. And this experience is certainly, it's going to help him for sure. And he's also proven to himself he can have success. He's had success in both places. He's had a start like today. You know, the start I remember against Milwaukee here, like some really, really good starts. And that should give him confidence as well.
Externally, he seems built like he's going to show emotion. That's just part of where he gets his energy from. That's okay, right? I mean,
yeah, absolutely. No, I think that's him being himself, and you have to go out there and compete as yourself. So welcome that.
So last time out, we know Hayden Wesneski, 5 earned runs in his post-game press conference. He said that he felt pretty good. However, the results not necessarily in line with his post-game comments today. I hope he's jumping through the roof because he looked really great out there, and hopefully he felt as good as he looked.
Well, I think it's all about how you feel, right? And then you can work off that, because when you go in between starts, you know, you're not trying to change anything. You're just trying to fine-tune it. And whatever you're looking at in your box, you have to know that what you've given up is because you're elevating the fastball. And I won't say elevating the fastball as far as, you know, being effective or ineffective. What I'm saying is you can be effective with the
and still elevate that it's fastball. Just
depending on where it
all
is.
About counts.
Exactly.
Pitch selection.
So if you're not going to put it in the right spots, then you have to pitch down to keep the ball in the ballpark, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Right? Because when you in on guys like he was today, that ball can't get hit out the ballpark. That ball will not get hit out the ballpark. That's too elevated, but guess what? You got to swing and miss on it.
Yep.
So these are the things he has to bottle up and in the future take out there and know what he can get away with and what he can't. But this shows you how well he can do when he's out there, because he has to look at these numbers as opposed to one start here and there. And that is huge for a guy's progression, especially his moving forward.
Yeah, and now in years past, you would look at this and be like, oh, wow, this looks like gangbusters. Opponents average 192, but the sad part of it is that isn't too far off of league average. So how does he compartmentalize some of those stats and pick out the ones that he really likes and focus on those moving forward to that next start?
Well, I think, Coach, the biggest thing is taking out what you and I talk about all the time, the walks. So you eliminate the walks, and then the long balls don't really hurt you. I've never really seen a lot of teams lose on a couple solo homers. I just don't. If your team score a few runs, you're going to win that ball game. But when you're giving up 2-run homers based on, you know, the free passes, that's what's going to knock you out of ball game. So if you said take out one thing, it would be the walks as opposed to anything else. Don't change anything about how he's pitching the baseball. I wouldn't change. Just understand that at some point you have to trust your defense and make these guys put the ball in play and keep it in the ballpark. That's a tough task of being a pitcher. It really is. It's tough, but you know what? You know, only strong survive out there.
Walks and home runs, being able to minimize those, that was certainly the calling card of Hayden Wesneski today, and part of the reason why the Cubs are back in the win column, winners of 3 of their last 4.
That might be my best
Del Norte, the ladies' luck. It came to Chicago today, had them going absolutely bonkers down there in the bullpen. That one, it never gets old. And, well, the game, it's in the books right now, but what the day brought to the table, it was unbelievable. The first female broadcast in the history of the Chicago Cubs
Get it on you!
My man said, I can't even think about this, Poncho, because of the ladies that are in the booth and on the sideline. Hayden Wesneski, he was locked in as well, just like R3. More Cubs Postgame Live. It's coming your way in just a flash.
Luxury has...
Since its inception, the Boys and Girls Clubs have been more than a fun place for kids to go after school. For some, it's been a second home where they can learn, play, and grow. Thanks to the partnership between Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs, children of all backgrounds have access to safe spaces.
All right, let's go. Take a selfie.
MLB Together and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, empowering children and building futures. Bring it in.
All rise. Here comes the judge.
Judge is in a league of his own. Aaron Judge is a special, special talent, man. I look at him like the best hitter in this generation.
And that one is gone!
See ya!
You come up here and you want to make a great impression. Hit every single at-bat, really help the team.
Amazing performance by Judge!
He is everything that is good about the game of baseball.
Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America, Tuesday on MLB Network.
Well, get comfortable. We are back right here on Cubs Postgame Live with Cliff Lloyd. I'm Cole Wright. We're presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. First all-female broadcast in Cubs history. You see him gracing the video board right there. Beth, Elise, T-Mac. And now it's business time. Bottom three. Miles Mastroboni at the dish. It's all about being able to put the ball in play and make them make a play on you, because at last look, Cliff, the Angels aren't great at playing baseball.
No, you know what? We talked about hitting the ball at the ballpark. Today they played some small ball.
I love it.
Right? Scored a couple runs early.
Miguel Amaya shooting one down the left field line. Dansby scores.
Hey.
Miggy, let's
pump the brakes.
Pump the brakes just a taste. Pull back on those pedals. You're a catcher. And each hit worth its weight in gold. Nico, sac fly right there. And one of the reasons why Gil Bernard told us that baseball is better than life. It doesn't go against your average.
No, it really doesn't, but that was a great situation on hitting.
That it was. Cubs with a nice, puffy 2-0 lead. Bottom four. Christopher Morel at the plate. If anyone can get one up and out of the ballpark, it's that guy. But you said it was all about small ball, just stringing together knots. And there's another one.
Another one stayed on a nice little slider by Soriano. I thought Willis was going to send him, didn't you?
Nope.
What did he say yesterday?
Got to be smart. You don't want to make that third out of the inning at third base. And then Mastro, you leave everybody stranded right there. That's how the inning would come to a close. But Hayden Wesneski, well, he channeled his inner closer, because in the fourth, Willie Calhoun.
Woosah. You see him Woosah before he threw that?
Hot hand in a dice game.
Damn.
Gets the ground out to end the inning right there. Mastro making it look smooth, flips over. Then Mickey Moniak gets him, chopping through that. Nolan Schronel lifts this one to center field. And, well, it's all about making plays. Cody says, I got it. I got it. Don't worry, Dansby. It's what teamwork is all about. Communication. Hayden Wesneski in the seventh. Still out there. Taylor Ward, see the ball, hit the ball. But Mastro not able to make that play. He made a whole bunch. Not just today, but yesterday.
You know what, Cole? We're going to talk about in a second. If he doesn't make that error, does he go CG? I mean, it's 78 pitches. We'll talk about it in a little bit. We got time.
Yeah, he was at 86 at that point. And then Porter Hodge came on in. Zach Neto, gigantic leg kick and all to Seiya. Local grocer, you know what they call it, can of corn. So bottom seven. Let's go.
Frozen?
Michael Busch, he has been just a little stymied as of late, but he's still in that 4th of July state of mind. Bag up, Terry!
Hit the butt.
Bag up! Yeah, he hit the brakes off of that one. Michael Busch, his on-base streak in consecutive games, it continues to rally around 26 in a row. He's reached base safety, and like we said, he didn't want to just get on base. He was all about a pillow touching. That's right. He got to touch all 4 of them. 5-0. The Cubs, they get the shutout of those Halos. They now move to 7 games below 500. It's not ideal, but what's the hashtag that we're saying, Cliff? Race to 500.
Race to 500.
You get there, and you're right back in the mix for that second season. They out-hit the Halos 7-3, and Hayden Wesneski, he was a key component in keeping those Angels at arm's length. So, Hayden, today's key to victory. What was it for you today, man?
I think I got ahead. I threw a lot of strikes. Slider was for strikes and throwing it off. I know I didn't get a bunch of punch outs, but I filled up the zone. I made them start to swing earlier than I think they wanted to, and had a good healthy mix as well.
Catch you on the hand, or where
it kind of just caught me like right on the middle of the fingers, right? Basically the fingers I need.
So you kind of wave your glove toward the dugout, like don't bother coming out here, but then they did come out there. What the trainer? What was going on?
Probably me just being a little stubborn. It's not that my thought was I didn't need any assistance, but I will say I probably did need the time. I appreciated the warm-ups and the time, but I knew it wasn't all that serious.
Did you get to see Swanson's play on that?
100%. Yeah, I turned around to make sure.
What did you think?
It was sick. It was cool. But at this point, it's expected. He's that good.
Knowing you the way we learned to know you, you were upset about throwing 6 1/3 innings of shutout ball because you didn't finish the 7th, right? I mean, can you talk a little bit about philosophy on that, and
Yeah, I didn't like the way I finished, especially off a walk, right? Picked Mastro up. I did balk. I don't think I balked, but I mean, I haven't watched it, and you know what? He's been pretty on it, so we can agree to disagree kind of thing. But yeah, I didn't like the way I finished. I mean, I had a chance to go 7 strong innings and help the bullpen out again, and I didn't. But I would still say it was a very positive outing.
How much of a factor was it for you to try to pick up the bullpen after yesterday when they were at 7 innings?
I mean, it's always nice to help the bullpen. I've been down there. It's nice to have a starter go strong, 6 strong innings, right? And I don't really think about yesterday, kind of just coming in today, especially because just I know how to get these guys out today, right? But yeah, it's nice to help those guys out. They need it.
You've been asked to do a lot, okay? A lot is be a good starting pitcher and good out of the bullpen. The competitor in you just pushes you through it. I mean, you don't stop and contemplate what you're trying to accomplish here.
I remind myself sometimes it's hard, right, and to kind of enjoy these moments. But at the end of the day, I've talked to Craig and Tommy about this. My job is to get outs. It doesn't matter if it's in the 8th or the 2nd, and so that's kind of how I've come to not come to terms with it, but that's kind of how my brain's processing is. Hey, I have to get this guy out, and if it's coming in, jogging in from left center, it's coming in then, and if it's starting the game off with the first guy, it's starting the game off with the first guy. So that's just kind of how I process. Get this guy out, and we'll figure out what's next.
I know you're going to take on whatever role they ask of you, but is starting kind of a comfort zone for you?
I've done it for longer, yes. I like winning, so whatever it takes to win, and not necessarily picky.
Well, I love hearing that from Hayden Wesneski because he's doing whatever it takes to go out there and get a win.
Yeah.
And Cliff, his mindset right now, it really comes to the forefront because you like to play golf, right?
I love it.
It seems as if he said he didn't get the strikeouts, but he got the win. It's like, would you rather go out there and shoot a 78 with 0 drives over 300 yards, or would you rather shoot a 91 when you were ripping it out of the tee box? It's all about being able to score, and Hayden Wesneski, when he looked at the scorecard today, looked pretty good.
Yeah, and do some weak contact, strikeouts. Look, just pitch, right? That's what you have to do. You have to go out there and pitch, not worry about strikeouts, not worry about all the other things that's not in your control. What you can worry about is staying away from the middle of the plate. That's what you can worry about. And I thought he did a terrific job of doing that today, Cole, for the most part, because when you think about his last start, it wasn't bad. But when you think about the stuff, yes, right? So these are all the things that they go through. And still, for him, it's still a learning process. He's still trying to find, exactly, I won't say his role, but what he needs to do consistently out there.
It's not 100% defined. The reason he's in this starting role is because of injuries and setbacks.
Right.
Other guys like Javier Assad and Kyle Hendricks. But you want to give it a proper breakdown?
Yeah.
Let's go BL Auto Group breakdown presented by the Bob Lucrisio Auto Group because Hayden Wesneski had his complete composure out there. Like you said, the woo-saw before the pitch, and he had that K strut. He was walking around even though he only had 2.
Right, you know what, but I like the fact that he pitched the contact. See the fastball. He was up in the zone there. It was efficient. He got his defense behind him. Let them make the plays for you. You keep the ball in the ballpark, but but you have to stay away from another play. This is probably the hardest hit ball of the day. This is a sweeper, right? But look at the location of it. It's all about keeping it down and in and out the zone. You're going to get way more swings. And I say pitch anger day. You like emojis, right? So you always have the emojis up there. I'm going to throw an emoji just for you.
Do I like emojis?
Angry.
Do I
You
use
have
emojis
the angry
like that?
face
Okay.
all the time. So I thought he pitched angry today.
I like it.
Right? And then I think sometimes you have to do that, especially after
an
this.
edge.
He wasn't happy about putting that pitch hand out there, but he knows his defense behind him, Dansby, the Gold Glover. He told Craig and the boys, get off the field, I got you. Even though he woo-saws, you don't have to have an angry face to be angry. I just thought he pitched with passion and a chip on his shoulder, and then you start looking at how many consecutive batters he retired today. There you go.
I mean, you really can't hate on that. He's tied with 3 others at 18. That's when you know you're doing something seriously right. And for Hayden Wesneski to go out there and to tap into his bag of tricks and do whatever it took to get those Angels out. Like you said, didn't need a whole bunch of strikeouts today, but when it comes to the end of the day, like everyone says, it's all about getting wins.
Getting a win. And when he gave the ground ball up earlier in the 7th inning, I thought that was pitch like number 78 or whatever the case may be. That's why I'm saying he could have had a chance to go for the CG today. That's the only reason I'm saying that, because when you're pitching that well, we're both sitting there watching the same game going, no, leave him in, right? Because I thought that's a growing, it's one of those growing moments.
And it's tough for a guy like
him.
Porter Hodge to come in with ducks on the pond, 1 out. What do you need to do? You need to get these guys out, and not in a few outs, immediately.
Right, because at some point, Hayden's going to be asked to get out of that situation. That's just bottom line what this game is about. It's like, hey, you're going to have first and second. You had a little mishap, but you're going to have to pick your boys up, and you're going to have to make a pitch. I just thought that was a moment you could have left him in, even though. Now, maybe he leaves him in if it's 5-0. At that time, it was 3-0. But I think he had sort of in his mind said, hey, you pitched a great game. Let's take you out on a high note, and it made sense when you really think it through.
Okay, well, looking down the road, Hayden Wesneski trying to build up that competitive callus so he can get that pitch count above the century mark, just like a guy who also dwells in the division. We saw Paul Skeens the other night. What he's been able to do, unbelievable. But Hayden Wesneski, not necessarily putting his stuff in the same electrical category as Paul Skeens, but we know Hayden, he can rush it up there, 97, 98, and when he gets help from his defense, that helps just as much. So let's go. Illinois Department of Transportation getting home safe play of the day, presented by IDOT. It's not a game. It's not a game, Cliff. Who knows that? Dansby does. Hayden, he said, well, I'm trying to play this game to the best of my ability. I'll reel this in if I can. Off the knuckles, shoots off to Dansby, and he's a Gold Glover multiple times for a reason, Cliff.
Well, for the most part, we think he's supposed to make that play. No, you're not supposed to make that play. That's a tough play to make. Change direction, barehanded, in the same motion, get it over the first base sidearm. That's just something he's done numerous times, and that's why he's been a Gold Glover a couple times. I mean,
Dansby's won 2 Gold Gloves.
2 Gold Gloves,
Absolutely.
right? Yeah.
How many times when you played first base did you try to barehand the ball and then actually make a play on it?
Never.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Dansby Swanson, 2-time Gold Glover. Cliff Floyd, 0-time Gold Glover. There's still more to come right here on Cubs Postgame Live, because getting back in the win column, that was the most important thing and the main objective today, and it started from the very top of the afternoon. Had some good vibes around it because it is the first all-female broadcast for the Chicago Cubs. It was Beth, it was Elise, it was Taylor taking us home the entire way, and the Cubs, they did the deed in shutout fashion. We'll continue to talk about it and the presence of the day. That's more on Cubs Postgame Live. And it's
Since its inception, the Boys and Girls Clubs have been more than a fun place for kids to go after school. For some, it's been a second home where they can learn, play, and grow. Thanks to the partnership between Major League Baseball and Boys and Girls Clubs, children of all backgrounds have access to safe spaces. All right, let's go. Take a selfie. MLB Together and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, empowering children and building futures. Bring it in.
Get inside the game with the winner of the 2024 Sports Emmy Award for Outstanding Daily Studio Show, MLB Tonight.
Boom! How fun is this show?
There it goes! See ya! MLB Tonight, only on MLB Network.
All rise. Here comes the judge.
Judge is in a league of his own.
Aaron Judge is a special, special talent, man. I look at him like the best hitter in this generation.
And that one is gone!
See ya! You come up here and you want to make a great impression. Hit every single at-bat, really help the team.
Amazing performance by Judge. He is everything that is good about the game of baseball.
Angels, and a pleasure to be a part of the all-female broadcast today. Hi, everybody, and welcome to the Northside. I'm Beth Mowins, alongside Taylor McGregor, Elise Menaker. Looking forward to a Game 3. Cubs trying to win the series.
And those three, they brought those positive vibes today, and what a day it was. History made at the Federal Landmark, the first all-female broadcast in Chicago Cubs history. And as we said, it resulted in the W, and they were going absolutely bananas on the Twitter sphere. Natalie May says, watch Marquis, Sarah Spain, it's about time we see more representation in sports broadcasting. Steve, he said, all-female booth until the win stop. Uh-oh. I don't know if Beth has a plane ticket booked yet, but we may need to get Paula on the line. Celia says, loving the girl power. Today's Cubs game. Elise, Taylor, and Beth, thank you for representing us girls who love the game and have loved the game since we stepped up to the plate in this one. You ladies absolutely have my full respect, and I'm honored to be watching you making history today. And I hope there's many more games to come, not just with the Cubs, but all around with sports like NHL, hiring women to coach their teams now and being inducted into the Hall of Fame. So let's continue to chat about the day, but let's go back to our broadcast booth, the Budweiser broadcast booth, for more on the day from our history-making trio. Go, you three.
Hector Neris with the finishing touches on the shutout win for the Cubs. They beat the Angels 5-0, so they get the win today. They also get the series win over the Angels. And a big day for the Cubs, and a lot of fun for us as well. Beth Mowins, Elise Menaker, Taylor McGregor down on the field, the first Cubs all-female broadcast. And what did you enjoy the most, do you think, today, Taylor?
I think just moments ago when I was interviewing Michael Bush, he walked off and said, hey, congratulations, that's really cool, the fact that they put it up on the video board. And so to hear players reflect on what it means for them. Earlier in the day, I was talking with Drew Smiley. He has a daughter, Parker, who he says he wants to go into broadcasting. And the fact that we're now an example to some of the players' kids, and they can reflect on what this moment means. I think that's really cool. But of course, sharing this with the two of you women, I just have so much respect for. This was a really fun day, and like I said, I didn't feel like I did much, but you guys were awesome, and I'm just so thankful.
Well, so much meaning to it. It was great, even up here in the press box. You know, Mark Gubazza and Wayne Rendazzo, the announcers for the Angels, with a daughter and granddaughter, saying how cool it was to be a part of this. I think we made their broadcast as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're getting any coin for that.
But that definitely was part of it as well. I mean, Taylor, kind of what you're pointing out, just the impact that I think going into it we knew we could have, but to actually just hear from people, you know, whether it's fans, coworkers, players, whoever, whoever it is. I mean, that's what today is about. It was nice to get rolling in the game. It was nice to get a Cubs win. So then it kind of became business as usual. But there will be a time where we all sit back and just kind of reflect and see what it all does down the road.
This is what we do all the time, but it's still a big deal to be a part of this crew in this space. I mean, Wrigley Field is good as it gets. So a real pleasure to be a part of the broadcast with our team today. We hope that you've enjoyed it as well. Always a good day when Clark's flying the flag. A 5-0 Cubs win over the Angels.
Quality day in the broadcast booth as well as down there on the diamond. The Cubs are now 31-17 when they score first, and thanks to the ladies, they got on the board before those Angels. And Amanda says you guys are rocking the bush. You should do that for every broadcast, for every game. Maybe we can see if we can work that thing out until they, well, at least get back in the loss column, but hopefully that doesn't happen anytime soon. Elise and Beth in the booth and T-Mac on the field definitely works. Whatever they're doing is working, bringing home the W. And Wayne says, awesome, ladies. What a pleasure it was listening to you. You all do such an outstanding job calling the games and this Cubs victory. Hopefully, this is the beginning of a trend of you all calling more Cubs games in the future. Now, when it comes to us holding things down right here at Marquee Sports Network each and every single day, Cliff, you and I, we wouldn't be able to do our jobs if these magnificent ladies weren't able to do theirs. That's right, just a few pieces of the puzzle when it comes to this winning equation here at Marquee Sports Network. So we tip our cap to everybody that was involved, not just in the broadcast booth, but behind the cameras here as well. When it comes to this victory, you see, there it is in full Technicolor, a 5-0 as they rattle off 4 more hits than those Los Angeles Angels, 7-3. That is exactly what the Cubs were looking for today. All about positive momentum heading into the off day. The food tastes good, the rounds of golf, they'll be just that much more. And it's all about being at your best, being stellar, as some would say. So let's get to our Stella Artois, stellar play of the game, presented by Stella Artois. And who's it go to? The guy who was stellar. Add an R, add an A's on the end right there. Michael Bush, he was just crossing T's and dotting I's, getting that one up and out. That's when the elements were starting to come down, and he was feeling pretty good about it. Reached base safely in 26 straight games, Cliff.
I mean, he absolutely smoked that ball, kept that front shoulder in, and come around first base, he's like, yeah, baby.
Sir, and you see right there, that home run helped lift the Cubs to 3-3 in the month of July. Michael Bush, 1,000 batting average and downpours. We saw a walk-off before. It's what he's all about. Tweet. Rain, sleet, or snow. He does not care because he is the mountain man, Michael Bush. And here he is. Let's revisit.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how it gets done, it's just if it does. So just glad to get out of the win. And big swings by Mickey. Soriano on the mound is a good pitcher, so especially against righties. Miggy coming up with a big hit right there and kind of got us going.
Do you like hitting an iron? It's 2 in a row.
Yeah, I guess I don't mind it.
How big is it to hit one of those when you're only up 3-0 and give you that cushion? It seems like that's something that teams have been missing a little bit this year, to be able to add on runs late.
Yeah, I mean it's tough to get runs. Some of these pitchers are really good, and you just try to keep going no matter you're up 2 or 3 or 4. Just try to not let your foot off the pedal.
Michael, the bullpenners known for stuff. Hayden was down there helping out. Occasionally loses guys. He's stepped up at times. And quick start days. What have you thought of the way he's kind of just gone with whatever they've asked him to do and kind of succeeded?
Hayden, awesome. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if I understand how hard that is, just not being a pitcher. But it's hard to, kind of flop spots. But I think, just mentally, and he's just accepts everything, every role that he's given, and he just goes with it. I think that speaks to why he went out there and did as well as he did. Obviously, he's a really good pitcher, but mentally to be able to just accept the role that he's put in is big, and I think that's why he's done so well.
Talk about how much thing of the play Dansby made after it went off.
I was talking to him about that, and it looked like I told him, I was like, it looked like you were practicing out there. It almost looked in slow motion, and there's a reason he's one of the best shortstops in the world, and he just makes those plays and makes them in slow motion, but he gets the guys, and it's just like pretty impressive.
Well, how about this? Michael Bush, he has an ironclad mindset, much like Angel Reese, because, we know how good she has been. especially when it comes to rattling off those double-doubles. WNBA record 12 in a row. Can she make it? Baker's dozen, 13 in just a little bit because it's, well, 33 minutes and counting at 5 o'clock on Marquee Sports Network. It's Sky and the Seattle Storm. Let's hope that they can put them in the rain. This man right here, he is the rainmaker, Shota Imanaga. He has been as good as advertised all season long. He's next in line to get the pill from Craig Counsell. What else could he be next in line for? Keep it right here on Cubs Postgame Live, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. We will fill you in right now.
The National League Rookie of the Year is Corbin Carroll.
This dude is an absolute beast.
He's got every tool. He's got the power tool.
Carroll has hit another one.
Runs like the wind.
There goes Corbin. Go, Corbin, go.
He plays D.
Oh, he's got it.
His signature play, that sliding grab.
Pound for pound, maybe the strongest player in the league. It's been an incredible ride.
This is your captain speaking. We'd like to welcome you on board MLB The Show 24.
It's a good one.
Where gamers can play as their favorite baseball teams, create custom players, and even relive history with some of baseball's greatest legends. Now, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Can I play? Rated E for everyone.
Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America. Thursday on MLB Network.
In his major league debut, Shota Imanaga. 3-2. Swing and a miss. He got him 94. Shota the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Broken back, caught out of the air. Imanaga. Sosa says, I'll take a bite out of that. No, you won't. Little roller. Imanaga gets it to first in time, and a nice play. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Shota Imanaga, 6 shutout innings. He has struck out 8.
So if you watched Cubs Live just the other day to get the series off of the runway, we paid a trip to Wrigleywood. Cliff said if he had to choose one member of the Chicago Cubs as a Tinseltown star, it would be that man, Shota Imanaga. And that 3.16 ERA is pretty good in qualified big league pitchers this season. Yeah, he's amongst the best when it comes to those guys who are not yet qualified and in their first season in Major League Baseball. So for Shota Imanaga to come over from across the pond and go out there and get after it. He's 30 years old. You've heard a lot of naysayers. Mad Dog Russo. Well, he's not a rookie. He is a rookie because this is the first time that he's pitched in Major League Baseball. Just because he played over in the NPB, that does not mean that he's tested the waters here. And for him to come over and absolutely dominate more times than not, it's remarkable.
He's been great. He really has been. And, you know, I think the one thing that I look at always is how you make the adjustments to the adjustment the league makes on you, right? When you look at the other hitters, they're going, wait a minute, you're good. So now we have to go and sort of change our whole philosophy
look like?
on how you pitch. And we've seen the last few starts, Cole, right? He had the hiccup against the Mets. Well, that wasn't a hiccup. I mean, they got to him. And then the Giants, 6 innings, no decision. And then the Phillies again, 6 innings, no decisions. Only 6 runs in those 2 starts total combined. But I think he's now understanding what they're doing. And he has to flip the script and make the adjustment now, right? So heading to the second half. But he's been phenomenal from the day one of spring training. Even when, I had a chance to call a game, and I'm just watching him, how he goes about his business.
He's a strikeout machine in spring training.
Strikeout machine, elevated the fastball, and was able to transition to the season when it was cold here in April and was phenomenal across the board. So hats off to him, what he's been able to do and carried this team for a while when you had a couple of starters that were down when the season started.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if my recollection serves me correctly, Shota Imanaga, 25 punch-outs in spring training when it comes to some of those preseason statistics. But for Shota Imanaga to go out there and be able to tap into that swing and miss all the while, my man only throws 91 to 93 miles an hour. He really is all about that deception and being able to ride that fastball middle away, up in the zone, out to righties. That's what makes him so doggone good.
Yeah, deception is a lost art. Deception is one of those things that's not talked about enough, because we always talk about velo and how hard you can throw and all these things. But if I can deceive you and sort of hide the baseball as long as I can, I don't care how hard you throw, it's going to be tough to hit, right? Especially with the location that he puts his fastball as well. You know what I mean? He has a splitter, but he pitches with his emotions. He wears emotions on his sleeve. Right? I love that. His personality is one of those things that I think this team sort of rides and feeds off of. But that matchup against the Dodgers, when he went up against Shohei Ohtani, I thought, whoa, right? And Shohei,
international pride was on the line right there.
Everything was coming off. Everybody in the world was watching, obviously back in Japan, and you just look at how he was going out there and pitching, and he pitched with pride. He pitched like, I want to show you that I'm one of the best to come from Japan as well.
Yeah, you talked about the deception, that being a lost art. We've talked about it time and time again. It seems as if there's such a premium placed now on velocity as opposed to being able to throw strikes. Shota Imanaga, his nickname is the throwing philosopher, so he is all about making sure he's able to paint on the corners, and more specifically, he wants to throw strikes each and every single time he goes out there. So for him, how important is that for his repertoire, for him to make sure that he's around the zone and he can make sure that that fastball is more explosive than it really appears to be?
Yeah, well, I think it's one thing that takes this game to the next level. When you look at this game and how unpredictable it is at times, I think that's what makes this game so great, is how you make the adjustments. So I always talk about the cat and mouse, because that's what this game is. It's about making adjustment to the adjustment, because you play so many games, 162 of them, and then some more when you get into the postseason. So for him to elevate his game in the second half, like I said, it goes back to him watching a little film going, aha, y'all ambushing me early. Y'all know I'm going to throw fastballs, early on in the accounts to sort of get ahead. And I think that's what guys are trying to do. But if he comes out and he locates with the deception that he has, I don't care who you are, you're just not going to hit him. That's how good he's shown he can be.
Yeah, he's continued to make adjustments all season long as the book has gotten a little bit thicker and the hits, they've stacked up just a little bit more. Shota Imanaga tapping into his nickname, as we say, the throwing philosopher. His philosophy right now is go out there and get as many outs as possible. The same mindset that we heard from Hayden Wesneski today. Not thrilled with his amount of punch-outs, but he was thrilled about the end result. It was a W, and after the off day, the Cubs looking to rack up 7 of them, 3 versus Baltimore and a 4-spot versus St. Louis, because as you see on Saturday, 115 and 715. That means that, number 14, he would love it. Ernie Banks, let's play 2. That's what they will do in the gateway to the West. So these next 7 ball games, we talk about the hashtag race to 500, Cliff. Just how important is it to get back to that high water mark?
Well, those are sometimes the little games you have to play, right? I mean, when you struggle in the first half, we looked at the numbers. Like I said it to a couple of guys on set yesterday, and I felt like they kind of liked it. It's like, hey, you know what? We struggled, but guess what? If we can get to 50 wins, then we can go into the
42 and 49 right now.
Yeah.
If they win every single game until the Midsummer's Classic, guess what?
There it is.
They're back to 500. They'll be 49 and 49. Does it seem like it's almost synergy for them right now to go on a winning rip? Because Baltimore, they're a good ball club, a whole lot better than these Los Angeles Angels. So if the Cubs can go away from home, get 3 quality wins versus them, the sky could be the limit versus
It could be. And, like I said, unpredictable game. To go back to yesterday, right? The team looked deflated. They didn't look good. And you come out today and you show why you're a team that can go off and win, seven of the next 8 games, whatever the case may be. You're facing some tough teams, Baltimore and St. Louis, especially in your division. You got a doubleheader in St. Louis. But you enjoy your day off first and understand that you don't let off the gas, right? You still feel like you can play better than what you've been playing. And the pitching staff has given you a chance to win ball games consistently throughout the whole season, but more so now than ever. And so I think that in this case is, hey, let's do little things right. If we hit the ball at the ballpark, cool. But we do know we can play the game we've seen them play in 2 of the 3 games of this series. That in itself is what you kind of lean on when you go against tough teams like Baltimore and St. Louis. Before you get to St. Louis, you got the tough. Camden Yards is a beast right now. I mean, they selling out, rightfully so. They're leading the AL East in the division where the Yankees had that thing sewn up, people thought.
Yeah, fans peeking out of the window of the B&O warehouse over there.
So it's going to be a tough series, as Craig alluded to. But I think the way you should feel is we're playing better baseball, and we know we have the capabilities of going out there and winning games if we play together and do some things we saw this series.
The Cubs, they've won 3 of their last 4, so it wouldn't be unrealistic for them to go on a 7-game heater. It would be their longest winning streak all season long. However, we've seen crazier things happen before. Still trying to keep pace with those Milwaukee Brewers who have a commanding lead in the division right now. The Cubs trying to play a little catch-up with Cincinnati as well as Pittsburgh. But like we said, a soft spot in the schedule. That is what they were looking to take advantage of. They won 2 of 3 versus the Halos, but now things going to get just a little bit tougher before they get easier. Button heads with St. Louis in a 4 spot before the All-Star break. And those will be 4 huge ball games. Craig and company, they know the importance of that. So for them to go into St. Louis, the 4 games before the All-Star break, and then that race to 500, even if they don't attain that goal that we've set for them coming out of the All-Star break, there's still some pretty big expectations for this squad, even though they haven't lived up to said expectations.
Yeah, well, it should be, right? And I've been on really good teams. I've been on some bad teams. I've been on some teams where we probably shouldn't have won what we won.
Underachieving and
overachieving, right? But what you do know is if the team stays together, and we hear some of the things that we've heard from this club across the street, it makes you believe that, they have a surge in them, that they can figure out this thing and right the ship. That's what you have to believe in. That's what you have to know that you have still left in the tank. That, you haven't played good baseball in the first half, Cole, but I think the most important thing is know how the game can turn just like that. We've talked numerous times. I remember there was a 6-7, maybe a 7-game stretch with the Colorado Rockies, won 7 in a row. I mean, if you look at the Colorado Rockies right now, they're one of the worst teams in the sport.
Yeah, they're getting their teeth kicked.
My point is, you can go, you can go on those type of surges and win 7 in a row, 6 in a row. You have to ask any questions, answer any questions. This is like, we believe we can play some good baseball and win some games and go out there and hold that team that you're playing to less runs than you. That's the mentality every single night. They might score some runs, cool, but you don't say when they score, we losing. Right? When they score a couple runs early, the game's over. We've seen that from this team. Yep. You don't have to play that way moving forward because we've seen that you can do some really good things when you're out there and you concentrate in a certain situation, especially situational time. You have to do what they did today to win some games.
And you make mention of togetherness and a Chicago guy that we all know, Doc Rivers, with the Celtics. He said Ubuntu. That's all about togetherness. They went out there with Kevin Garnett, won themselves a championship, and that's exactly what Angel Reese and her Chicago Sky are on the mission to do this season. Sky, Storm, that one is coming your way right here and next on Marquee Sports Network. But the All-Star selections for Major League Baseball, they are right around the corner. A video of matching what I'm saying. Could it be this guy right here on the mound that Cliff and I just spoke at length about, Shota Imanaga? Well, if you don't stick around, you will not find out. Keep it right here on Cubs Postgame Live. We're going to keep you in the know.
great game night? Turn on MLB Big Inning, a revolutionary way to see the biggest moments from every game live and commercial-free.
There it is! A 40-70 season!
Find MLB Big Inning on the MLB.tv home screen. Then watch baseball's mega stars in the moments that matter most. It's a whole new ball game when the action comes to you. Game over! MLB Big Inning, live every game night on MLB.tv.
Long before Aaron in Atlanta, before Jackie stole home, there was Satchel, Cool Papa, and Willie at Rickwood Field. Baseball returns to its Negro League roots in the oldest professional ballpark in America, Tuesday on MLB Network.
At the desk a little bit earlier because there was a huge signing. Shota Imanaga from Japan, and boy, oh boy, he did not disappoint in that opening press conference, and he hasn't disappointed in the opening half of this 2024 campaign. And when it comes to all-star nods, he was hoping that he goes out there and gets it.
Yeah, well, you know what? I mean, sometimes you make these signs, you never know what you're going to get, right? You have no idea until they go out there and pitch, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait, we might have won the offseason as far as finding out the pitcher that's going to get us over the hump or give us a chance to win some ball games.
Because everybody thought it was Yoshinobu Yamamoto, currently a member of the Dodgers. He was the biggest fish coming from that international pond. But when you take a look at the numbers, Shota Imanaga, he's right on par, if not just a touch better.
Well, sometimes it's always based on the money. Right?
Smart spending.
Hey, you get the big bag, that's the best pitcher. Well, sometimes it don't end up being that way. So when you look at this right here, the most quality starts of all Major League rookies, I think this speaks to, and that Jared Jones in Pittsburgh, we've seen
he's good.
He can do.
Seen Paul Skeens too.
Yep, and Gavin Stone has been phenomenal for the Dodgers as far as their rotation and the shambles it's been in. But Shota and the rest of the rotation for the Cubs has been on. I mean, it's
unbelievable.
I mean, you can't even speak to how good they've been, really. I mean. And then you have...
Hold on a second. I don't want to interrupt you, but I'm going to interrupt you because we do have news to bring to you. If you've been waiting patiently here with us, Shota Imanaga is indeed the Cubs representative for the 2024 Midsummer's Classic. That's right, Major League Baseball's All-Star Game.
You can interrupt me for that.
There's no doubt about it because what he did and went out there so far this season, All-Star rookie as a Cubs selection. Chris Bryant, the last time we've seen it before that. Kosuke Fukudomi, Giovanni Soto, the list, it goes on. It is a very small list, and for Shota, he knows how high of an honor it is. So let's turn to he and Edwin with more on being named an All-Star in 2024.
You're an All-Star. What does that mean to you?
オールスターに選ばれたっていうのは自分にとってどういう意味を持ちますか？
まあ応援してくださってるカブスのファンの方、日本でも試合を見てくれてる方に、いい報告が、できると思います。
I think, I can tell the Chicago Cubs fans that are cheering me on, as well as the fans in Japan, some good news.
Craig mentioned that he got told through a team meeting. What was it like hearing the news, and what kind of went through your mind when you found out what was going on?
カンセル監督から聞いたんですけど、チームの中でのミーティングで選ばれたということを伝えられたって聞いたんですけど、その時の気持ちはどうでした？
本当にその時まで何のミーティングかも分からずにそのミーティングがあって、オールスターの話をしていて、僕が選ばれましたという話をしてもらって、 自分じゃなくて他のたくさんいるメンバーもいたの、いい選手もたくさんいたので、自分がその中で選ばれてすごく嬉しかったです。
Yeah, so when I was going into the meeting, I wasn't sure what the topic was being about, and the team, we have plenty of amazing players, and so if other people got chosen, that would make sense, and so when I was chosen, it made me very happy.
Was this a goal of his?
このオールスターに選ばれるっていうのは目標の一つでした。
そうですね。前半戦、5月ぐらいまで、ある程度自分の思い通りのピッチングができて、オールスターにもしかしたら選ばれるかもしれないっていうのが頭の片隅にあって、こうやって選ばれてものすごく光栄ですし、また、オールスターに選ばれたことは、通訳であるこのエドウィンのサポートも、なければいけなかったものなので、2人でオールスターに行けることが嬉しいです。
So when I was pitching well around May, it was a thought that was in the back of my mind, and then as it went on, it was it was there. But I will say, having the support of my interpreter, I think if it wasn't for him, I couldn't have made it. So the fact that we're going together, I'm very happy.
As far as hearing that your teammates are happy for you, not only as a player, but because the type of person you are and the type of friend you've been to them, what does it make you feel like?
そのチームメイトからの話で、その選ばれたっていうのはその選手の実力でもあるですし、その人間性、その友達、そういうのもいろいろあって、伝えられたんですけど、それを聞いてどう思います？今のその人間性が、オールスターに選ばれる真の人間に値するみたいな感じで言われたんですけど。
僕はカブスのロッカールームの中にいる選手のことをの行動を真似して、こういうふうに、振る舞えば、いいのかなっていうのをみんなの真似して、ここまで来たので、本当に、周りにいるスタッフ、チームメイト、すべての人に恵まれているなと感じています。
So, I'm very thankful for everybody, in the clubhouse, support staff, everyone. Honestly, watching the other players, I mimic what they're doing, going about their day, and I think just support from them, teammates, everybody, I think that's helped a lot.
Have you talked to anybody, teammates, other players, about what the All-Star game is like and how you prepare almost for the experience?
他のチームメイトにそのオールスターの試合っていうのはどういうので、オールスターの準備とかそういう話をしますか？
いや、まだそのマネージャーの方としか話してないので、どういう流れなのかっていうのはまだ想像がつかないです。
Yeah, I only talked to my manager, so I haven't really, I don't know what the flow is going to be like.
Will you lobby to be able to pitch there, even if you have to pitch next weekend for the team? Will you do your best to let them know you'd like to throw an inning if you have a chance?
来週、登板あるんですけど、もしもオールスターの試合で登板できる機会があれば、その登板はしますか？
これからそれは、ピッチングコーチと話していくことになるので、でも機会があればそういう場所に立ってみたいなという気持ちもあります。
So I think that's something I'll talk to my pitching coach about. If there is an opportunity and it presents itself, possibly, but still need to talk about it.
Is there anybody you want to meet when you're there?
オールスターで会いたい選手とか人間とかいます。
まずもう本当すべての選手がトッププレーヤーなので、彼らのキャッチボールとか、もしかしたらブルペンを見る機会もあるかもしれないんで、すべてのピッチャーを見たいなと思ってます。
I think everybody there, they're a top player. So I want to watch them play catch, throw their bullpen, and just kind of learn from them.
He's a throwing philosopher for a reason, getting smarter each and every single day. And for him to get that All-Star nod in his rookie campaign, that is a top honor. Shota Imanaga, Yeah, MLB rookie pitchers born in Japan to make an all-star team. Kodai Senga a season ago. Before that, it had been quite some time, almost a decade. Masahiro Tanaka, Yu Darvish, dirty stuff, bad news, represent Hideki Okajima. And then it all started back in '95 with Hideo Nomo, the one-time
Man, he used to
rookie
give me the
of
fits.
the year. Really, we have to go back and check some of those stats. Marco,
You don't have to check them, I can tell you.
let's see how they
Right.
feel just around the corner. But in the meantime, here's the skipper. It's Craig on the honor for S-Double, Shota Imanaga.
Well, I think what's been so impressive to me is he's a rookie, and he is, maybe not as a pitcher, he's not a rookie, and all his experience is on the mound. But he's a rookie in this league, and he's a rookie just being here as a Major League Baseball player in Chicago. And how he's handled that part of it, with everything new that gets thrown out at you, with everything that's different, has been the best part. And really, I think, has made him successful and has really he's a great pitcher, but it's contributed to him being on the All-Star team, is how he's handled that transition. And it's really about his attitude. He's got a great attitude every single day. He's a learner. He wants to get better. He's curious. And all those things keep him moving forward, get him past the tough moments. And he wants more, and he always tries to do a little better and do a little more and get better at the next thing. And those are just signs of great players. And he's very deserving of the recognition.
When he signed his contract, you said right away that you were impressed with him as a person as well as player. I mean, it seemed you were telling us you had a really good feeling for this guy immediately.
Yeah, I mean, he showed all of us that in his introduction, and I think that's those traits that that really came to the forefront in his introduction are the traits that I just mentioned there, and that mindset, that's a growth mindset. There's no question about it. It's kind of the definition of it for me, and it just behooves you so well in this game and so well into kind of what he was about to experience, and it's benefited him a ton, and it's got him to this spot. It's got him on the All-Star team.
What would you tell him as a manager just about going to experience what this is to our game?
It's just soak in every bit of it, experience every bit of it. This is a life experience that not many guys get, and so do it all. Soak in every bit of it that you can get, because it's rare and it doesn't come along all the time, and you worked really hard to do it. So exhaust yourself with experience, really. That's what the week should be for him.
How did you tell him the news? Was that kind of the message you gave him?
Yeah, we did it in a little team meeting setting. Yeah.
You want him to pitch in that game, but you need him Sunday as your starter. That trumps all that, right?
Yeah.
Since there's no Cubs player in the fan board, and if the Shota is one player from Cubs, as a team, do you want him just not to go there, but also perform?
I don't really have an opinion on that. Yeah.
Could you explain how intentional Shota has been when you talk about kind of being part of the team and connecting with the group? We saw it at that press conference, but since then, are there any other examples of him kind of going out of his way to just be approachable and become a part of it?
I mean, I think it's just how he kind of approaches his day and his curious nature. And so it's a lot of like really little things, but they all, to me, say that like you're curious, and that curiosity, he's trying to make life easier for himself. He's trying to get a little better on the mound. And that curiosity it's just such a fun trait to be around. And then the other thing that we've talked about that we all enjoy is just the competition in this game is so hard and it feels so intense. And for most of us, like we have to have like this like game face on, and the way he competes, there's just a joy to the way it feels like he competes. I think we all are a little jealous of that, really, you know, the way we see him compete. At least I am. I know it's really fun to watch. But there's a real genuine joy. It kind of comes from him when he's on the mound competing. And that's special. That really is. That's fun to watch.
When you talk about that curiousness and you kind of chuckle a little, are you thinking, is there a moment that's popping in your mind that's kind of like making you smile?
Yeah, but it's not a good story, so it's
Thanks, Craig.
all right.
Well, Cliff, you know what they say, winning, it's that elixir that cures all. And Craig Counsell, upon hearing the news of his ace right there, Shota Imanaga, making the All-Star team and corralling a win, well, he smiles from ear to ear.
Yeah, he's been awesome. I mean, I think it's, you know, it's fun to have, you know, guys go out there and compete, but also go out there and have fun doing it. I mean, he looks like he's having a blast, even when he's struggling.
Yeah.
You know, the emotions of this game will take you out. But if you can sort of put a handle on them and just say, you know what, I'm still going to be me no matter what. Even when he hasn't pitched well, he's still been the same guy. And that's what you have to love.
The demonstrative nature. He's giving up a home run, and you saw him. He was like, "Ooh, like, that was an unbelievable one." Yes, he tips his cap, and he's a fan of the game as well, Cliff. And you see that every single time he's out there on the hill.
You know the big thing I love about him?
What's that?
He's always on the top step in the dugout when there's other boys out there competing. That's what you got to love about him.
Yeah, love that. He's always cheering for his team and his teammates. I have a good feeling they will be cheering for him come the All-Star break because it's right around the corner. The Cubs, they have an off day and then 7 away from the house. 3 with Baltimore, a 4 spot with those St. Louis Cardinals. And that man right there, you're going to see him on the mound on Tuesday, hopefully, keeping the Cubs in the win column. And when it comes to the win column, the Sky, they're looking to get there in just a little bit. Angel Reese, can she make it 13 straight double-doubles along with Kennedy Carter, an absolute assassin on the offensive side? Well, Sky and Storm is coming your way in 1 minute. For Cliff, I'm Cole. We'll see you on Tuesday.